We will hear. Bill, great. Online or
Yes, she'll be on.
she's online? Have we already got the speakers on? Okay. Mayor. Councillors, we might get started, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Thank you all. Council meeting, 24th of July 2024. Welcome, councillors, members of the public and staff present in person, joining us online and watching via YouTube this evening. Thank you. Declare meeting open at 7:06. Just make a note that our Mayor, Bill Saranovsky, is with us. He's not feeling well tonight, so I'm taking the chair on his behalf. Welcome, Mayor Saranovsky. My name is Councillor Joe Awada, Deputy Mayor, who will be chairing for the rest of the night. Members of the public that have registered to speak by audiovisual link on an agenda item are asked to keep your microphone muted and video off till I invite you to speak. Speakers will not be able to present materials as part of their speaking time or share their screen. Councillors and those present in the chamber are reminded to conduct themselves in a polite and professional manner, keep communication factual, use appropriate language and tone. Council and committee meetings are live streamed and recorded via YouTube. Please, therefore, treat everyone with dignity, respect, and do not use any defamatory or derogatory remarks. Defamation laws apply to address in public forum. Councillors are reminded of obligation to conduct themselves in a professional and respectful manner under the obligations of council's Code of Meeting Practice in the interest of good governance and to adhere to meeting etiquette, including debate on an item will commence only when we have a mover and a seconder for the item other than a mere minute. The mover has the right of reply before the motion is put to a vote. Raise your hand to indicate you wish to speak, as I will determine the speaking order based on the hands as I see them. On commencement of your speaking on a motion or amendment, please indicate clearly whether you are speaking for or against the motion or amendment. Please ensure you address the chair only rather than other councillors, staff or members of the public. Please respect a councillor's right to present on a matter without interruptions. For the efficient conduct of this meeting, it is not necessary for you to repeat the matters you agree with and raised by a previous speaker. It is sufficient for you to say that you agree with the points raised. I remind all present that YouTube video recording is an official record of council and may be made available to persons upon request in accordance with the Government Information Public Access Act 2009. No other recordings are permitted, and all present should ensure that there are no video recordings, audio recordings, or photographs taken. In case of an emergency, please follow instructions of the council staff via the town hall foyer and proceed to the evacuation point. Council, I'd like to first start by acknowledging the traditional custodians, the Gadigal and Bidjigal people of the Eora Nation, and pay my respect to elders past, present and emerging. The people of the Eora Nation Their spirit and ancestors will always remain with our waterways and the land, our Mother Earth. We've got with us, and I'd like to invite Father Yaqub Barakat, parish priest of Rockdale Catholic Parishes, to open the meeting in prayers. Please be upstanding.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. The grace for Lord Jesus Christ, and the love of God, and communion of the Holy Spirit be with you all. Let us pray. Almighty ever-living God, we thank and we praise you, all the gifts which you have given us in our life. This evening, in a very special manner, we thank and praise you for giving us this opportunity, for coming together with all the leadership of our Bayside Council. We thank and praise you for this opportunity, for this grace, for coming together and discussing the matter of our community and working for the building up our communities and uplift the community. We ask you a special blessing upon our leadership and all those who are participating in this meeting. Almighty ever-living God, bless each one of us with your spirit, with your knowledge, with your wisdom, and with your understanding, so that with your spirit, with your knowledge, with your wisdom, we can work for the betterment of our people and for our society. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
And thank you, Father Barakat, for your prayers. Please be seated. Before I ask councillors if they wish to offer their condolences, on behalf of Mayor Bill Saravanowski, councillors and staff, I would like to offer my deepest condolences to the family and community impacted by the tragic incident that unfolded at Carlton Railway Station on Sunday, where a young girl and her father lost their lives. We extend our deepest sympathies to the families during this very difficult time. Our thoughts and sympathies are also with the train driver, first responders, emergency services, station staff, and police who dealt with this situation. Like I say, scary. So I guess I'd invite any councillors that would like to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Thank you for those words. It's very hard to understand what the mother will be going through and the family. When I heard the reports, I was at Campbelltown. I hopped in the car, drove back, and spoke to some of the residents that were there. It is a tragic circumstances. I did read the media reports, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that we should all approach the local member in the Birmingham that should the mother decide to stay in Australia, then the government should waive that requirement in terms to give her the permanent residency. It's a very unfortunate the mother. I don't know the mother. Only based on the media reports, I have no one here. That's the sad thing. I'm not sure, as a parent, as a human being, how do you recover from this? You don't. For the rest of your life. And looking at the photos, they have two beautiful children, and one was tragically, and the husband. As I said before, thank you, Stephen, for reading out those comments, but it's a very, very tragic day. I still, I drove past this morning, and I don't think I won't. It's going to take me a while, because as a parent, we're all parents. The last thing that we think of is something tragic happening to our children or our loved ones, but such a tragic situation occur when you see the video or CCTV cameras. They're off on a picnic, like a picnic in the city. Family, husband, wife, and two beautiful children off to the city. As I said, my thoughts and prayers are to the mother and the daughter, and I pray that God looks after them.
Thank you, Mayor Sarah. Any other councillors? Thank you, councillors. Can we please have a minute silence to honour the lives lost in this tragic accident? Does any councillor have another condolences to put forward? If not, we move to the next item. Just talking about libraries, in a few days, Libraries and Information Week will begin, and I'd like to acknowledge Council's library staff for their outstanding contributions and their commitment to the ongoing development of our library services. Our 6 libraries, located in Arncliffe, Bexley North, East Gardens, Mascot, Rockdale and St. Susie, provide free and equal access to a broad range of information, services and events that educate, inform and entertain our community. I'd like to thank all our librarians for their ongoing commitment to ensure our libraries are safe and inclusive. I ask you all to take the opportunity during Library and Information Week to show your appreciation and support for our librarians. I guess speaking about libraries, I'd like to present a certificate tonight to one of Bayside Council's very own librarian, Ms. Samira Calamity. Samira is Council's Children and Youth Librarian. On top of delivering exceptional service to our community, Samira is also an author. Her book, The Sideways Orbit of Evie Heart, has been shortlisted for this year's Children's Book Council Awards, Book of the Year for Young Readers. Nice cover. The Sideways Orbit of Evie Heart expertly intertwines Eva's study of space with the plot of the novel, enabling Evie to learn more about herself as she learns about Earth and the universe. With virtually inviting cover featuring Evie amongst the planets, this is a quality book that will appeal to many readers in the younger reader category. On behalf of my fellow councillors and the Bayside community, I wish to congratulate you on this incredible achievement. And I'd like to invite you to take the certificate on this and some photo, and any council would like to come forward, please. We have an apology from Councillor Werner. It's an apology tonight. And so could we have a mover and seconder for the apology moved by Councillor Pedrack, second by Councillor McDougall. All in favour say aye. Yeah, declare carried. We'll note that in the minutes. And I think we move on to the councillor. I think Councillor Mustard should we? Yeah, Councillor Mustard just moved that. Yeah, moved by Councillor Curry, second by Councillor Morrissey. All in favour say aye. Against declare carried. Okay. Disclosure of interest. I think we have some on the screen. We'll start. Councillor Curry has a disclosure. Would you like to speak to that? No disclosure. I'll put it on.
The previous one carried over from committee in relation to Wentworth and Cave.
Okay, thank you. Noted. Councillor Morrissey, I think it's SS Rock. Less than significant.
Sorry, it was carried forward, less than significant on community, as I'm the representative to SS Rock in this matter.
Thank you. Councillor Curry.
Sorry, it's the deputy mayor, that's me as well.
On the
SS
next
Rock.
one. So add CP 24.019 to Councillor Curry's declaration as well, please. Councillor Muscat, can you hear us?
Yes, I have nothing to declare.
On my list, you've got something maybe on the expression of interest for construction botany aquatic centre.
Sorry, I have been involved with that. It's a non-pecuniary, insignificant, and I will remain in chambers.
Yep. 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 Councillor Sarafinatsky, Mayor Sarafinatsky. So 12.4, you will be in the chamber, yeah? That's the first declaration. Okay, thank you, Mayor. So, any other declaration, councillors? Oh, yes, sorry, I was going to mention, Councillor Werner has indicated that she wants to withdraw this declaration, so that, and also later on. Okay, yeah, Councillor Fonseca.
Sorry, Mr. Deputy. Mayor, I've also got a disclosure similar to Councillor Savranovsky, the Mayor, CWA 2420, again with the license on Rockdale, less than significant,
Sorry, is that 11.4?
11.4, yes.
Yeah.
Sorry. The Rockdale Illigan licenses. So it's non-significant, less than, not significant, non-pecuniary interest. As a, I have also supported the club in the past as a player and a fan. However, I have no formal capacity whatsoever, so I'll be staying in the chamber.
Deputy Mayor, I've got one up there as well. I'm declaring a
Councillor
conflict
Benson.
of interest in 12.4 Sporting Fields on the basis that it's a less than significant non-pecuniary interest on the basis that my son plays for one of the Patriot Button football club teams, and I'll remain in the chamber for consideration and voting if it's due.
Thank you, Councillor Benson. Councillor Douglas.
I have two for reports to Council 10.1, the Muddy Creek Master Plan updated draft for adoption. There was a less than significant non-pecuniary disclosure that was made at the committees in relation to having been, am a member of the community garden there, and have been a member of the fishermen's club previously.
10.1. Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes,
just
I
slowly
can.
for the,
So in relation to 10.1, I was a member of the Bayside, I am a member of the Bayside Community Garden, and I was a member of the Fishermen's Club District, so that could be on the record of the previous committee. And the other one I must make is on notice of no.
Sorry, on that one, so you're staying in the chamber?
I am saying the same thing, less than significant non-pecuniary.
Sure, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Douglas. Did we get that or, yeah, thank you.
And the other one is on motion 12.7, noise from the update, declaring a less than significant non-pecuniary conflict of interest given future Bayside.
And you're staying in the chamber? Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Douglas. Any other declaration, councillors? No? Okay, so, okay, we've got, sorry, councillors, we've done all the declarations, minutes of previous meeting. Can I ask councillors that were present at the meeting, move and second, Councillor Naji, moved by Councillor Naji, seconded by Councillor Sunas, and all favour say aye. Against, declare it carried. Items by exception. We do the movement. Okay. Sorry. The papers have been shuffled a bit. Okay, bear with me. Okay, we're going into mayoral minute. I've got one mayoral minute, so bear with me, councillors. I'm extremely concerned that the closure of the Rockdale Post Office in early September 2024 has been announced by Australia Post. Australia Post may have been delivering for all Australians for more than 200 years, but come September, they will no longer be delivering for Rockdale. The outrageous closure will be devastating for Rockdale, where a downturn in the economy is already seeing local businesses struggling. I fail to see how we can believe Australia Post's commitment to delivering a better tomorrow. We have already seen banking services move out of the area, and local businesses are suffering from the downturn in the economy. The last thing we need is another vacant building on the Princes Highway. Council is doing all it can to rejuvenate and revitalise our town centre. Just recently, Council embarked on a major project in partnership with Transport of New South Wales to revitalise King Street Mall with new lights and street furniture to make this public space more welcoming. I urge Council to write to the federal government and the CEO of Australia Post outlining our concerns and reminding Australia Post about the important role the postal service plays in keeping our community connected, and the government services should be about community and not about profit. I encourage all residents to sign our petition and add your voices to our campaign. Please tell them how important the post office is to you and urge Council to do all it can to advocate for residents and urge Australia Post to reconsider its decision. And I'll move that. Mayor, a minute. Mayor Savanoff.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I'll rise to support the Mirror Minute, and thank you for reading it out. The General Manager and I met with, I think it's the Manager of Governance or Government of Australia Post, and I thank her for their time. And we took on board the comments that they Australia Post. Unfortunately, Australia Post today is a business, and that's the sad thing about it, because what I indicated to the representatives of Australia Post was the fact that I don't think they understood the social impact it would have on our area. I fully understand on the decision. I think from memory they lost 800,000 last year. They were considering it, considered the running of Australia Post as a business, not as a service. My biggest fear, and I expressed that to the representative from Australia Post, was that we have one of the highest number of non-English speaking members of our community, and they rely on Australia Post for paying the bills and explanations in terms of government agencies. The staff at the Rockdale Post Office are brilliant. I still can't understand every time I go there, there's always a queue. So I'm not sure how they lose the money. There is a benefit is that they're still going to have the mailboxes there, they'll still be serviced, but the retail arm will be closed down. The sad situation is that Rockdale was a city, still is, and with the merger, they're part of Bayside. If you look at it, if you go back to the old maps, we're probably the only city in the world that does not have a post office in Rockdale. I know we're all together, but the sad thing about it is that a lot of the shops in Rockdale, the chemist shop, the news agent, they all feed from each other. And next to the post office is a supermarket that unfortunately has gone broke. It's a sad state of affairs in terms of the town centre that we thought that postal services shouldn't be in relations, it should not be really based on profit. It's about providing a service. It's like us. We provide services to our community for parks, we maintain the beaches, and we don't look at profit. And unfortunately, Australia Post is looking at it as a profit, as an ongoing business. And we've had, I think, just under 300 residents that have signed the petition. And I urge the residents that are here tonight and watching it on via the net to get behind our campaign to save the post office. What they're basically offering us, and I do use the agency at Banksia, I don't think they'll be able to cope with the overflow of our residents that are using the Rockdale post office. Talking to some of the businesses in Rockdale, they're so reliant on the travel agent, for example, has to send documents, important documents, and would go into the post office on a passport application. Well, that's going to go. So you're going to have to make an appointment. Either you go to Cogra or the post office agency at Banksia. And the one at Brighton, as we all know, parking is a problem in Brighton. But the sad state of affair, unfortunately, the worst decision they made was to sort of semi-government Australia Post in terms of if it was under the absolute control of the government and was properly run under the jurisdiction of the Australian government, or wasn't sort of partly privatised. That's my understanding. I don't think this really happened because when you look at the services, you know, I do not use online payments. I actually go to the post office and say to them, I'm here to save your job for coming to make a payment. Even even Bayside Council rates, I'll actually go to the post office at Rockdale, or I'll go to the agency. And they go, but you're the mayor. I said, I still come here to save your job because I want to pay it over the counter so it registers that I've come to your business. But the sad state of affair, as I said, as word's getting out, there are a lot of people in Rockdale having second thoughts about investing in renovating their shops, investing in terms of renewing their leases. One of them needs to go through Rockdale now. There's probably about 10 shops empty. Cash converters, do the fire, and they haven't come back. Casablanca was there. Still, he's closing down. The whole area, unfortunately, and the sad thing about it is, prior to the decision of Australia Post closing down, everyone was excited. King Street, of the works that this council and I thank the state government for the funding. It's just an absolute buzz. But there's no point in having a town centre operational when you've got a ghost town. And that's the sad thing about it. That's what's going to happen with the Australia Post closing down. As I said, I thank the lady from Australia Post. You heard us. And I've given a commitment to the shopkeepers and the residents that have contacted me that we will fight to ensure we'll try and save the post office. Some of the residents, particularly from non-English speaking background, thought that Bayside Council actually runs the post office. Because in their own country, the council runs the post office. They run the police. And when I explained to them, no, this is basically a private, semi-government, semi-private operation, I said, the council is on your side. We do whatever we can. I've already spoken to Linda Berner's office to express my disappointment on that decision. Linda Berner's office has indicated to me that they're going to take up the fight on our behalf. So I just urge all our residents to get on board, sign the petition. Hopefully the Minister will take notice of our submission and take into account the issues that we have, which are completely different to other areas that Australia Post has closed down. We even offered, opportunity for further discussion of another, say, semi-agency taken up in Rockdale. But the way they put it to us, the business bank, it's very hard to see. Unfortunately, the reality is people don't see expense anymore, but there are other facilities that Australia Post provide. So I urge, I'm sure everyone will support that.
Thank you, Mayor Stout. That's the council.
Price to support your motion or your mayoral minute. And it is a sand indictment. It is a sand indictment because Rockdale has been losing a lot of retail operators over the past years, and we've had this discussion a few months ago at a council meeting talking about the $2 shops remaining. But it's disappointing that the facility such as the post office, which offers, beyond postal services, it offers, as the Mayor said, an opportunity for people of not non-English speaking background to be able to discuss their issues with a whole range of rates that other bills that they have, to look at and have a conversation around passport renewals and so on. And it's sad that it's moving. It's sad that the federal government won't stand up to the business model, won't say, hang on a minute, we need to have service in our community. And we've had this discussion a few years ago when we wanted Medicare to come back to Rockdale. Again, that's another hollow shell. It's really disappointing. The more shops that leave, the more of a ghost town that Rockdale will become. And I hope it doesn't go and open at the Plaza, a satellite post office or something like that, because there are a lot of small ones around. There's one at Ramsgate, there's one at Brighton, there's a few other around the place. Bankstown. How can they survive with this larger one, which has got a lot of population backing it, be closing down? So we can't speak for the model that the Australia Post run, but it's a standing indictment. It's a shame that it's moving out of Rockdale. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. Look, it's a very, very sad state of affairs, and I think this is a real insult, and I've got to congratulate the Mayor on this very forceful mayoral minute, and thank you for taking the initiative to meet with the Australia Post executives. Now, I know, Mr Mayor, you're thinking this is not a time for quips and puns, but we need to stamp this out. And in saying that, Mr Mayor, what I've been thinking, and I'll be frank, I'll tell you, what I have been thinking is that if all this fails, and you actually alluded to this a bit, I've been thinking, what would actually stop this council becoming an agency? What would actually stop this council utilising its own premises, its customer service area, to become a licensee for Australia Post? So I'm throwing that in there because this, to me, fits very, very well with what councils may have to start doing. And I get bombarded all the time with letters saying, please switch to email, save the environment. And as you know, I'm pretty well into envelopes, and I'm starting to push the envelope a bit here now, I've got to tell you. But I think about that very seriously, because I think by getting the postage in, I'm keeping all the postal workers in a job. I'm keeping the postmen in a job. You're keeping people employed by keeping an element of manual, physical labour involved. So, and I go right back to the post office, because when I was at school, from year 10, 11 and 12, I actually was a Christmas casual at the Redfern Mail Exchange. And what a wonderful experience that was. Absolutely wonderful experience. So it's a very sad state of affairs that we've reached this point, to be in a major commercial centre, and we have a very large post office, and we're going to close down. It's an outrage. So what I'd like to inject into their thinking is that if all else fails, this council thinks about opening up a post office agency in our customer service area. Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. I think you've been heard loud and clear. Thank you, Councillor. Any other, Councillor Bartlett?
Just a comment. I cannot understand how Rockdale could be a failure. And as soon as I heard about it, I thought, well, I assume Australia Post would be putting their franchise in from one shop. What they did at Carlton, and you know, we started off with the post office down the road, that's why I'm on Mount Street, and the corner of Cumberland Street, and post office, an official post office, then it went to the newsagent, and the newsagent was that excited to suddenly have this extra business. You've been somewhere, and that's one reason I wondered why it wasn't being looked at from someone else's shop. So then the newsagent, and they seem to be making money. I think Councillor Hannah's idea of putting it in, we could be the franchise, to me, quite a great idea because it's a business model that needs to be there. And I go to the post office, I pay all my bills straight to council, because that's what I've always done. I don't do anything much online. And there was a lady when it was up on, I don't have a passport, I'm never going to have one. But I suddenly realised, where are you going to go and get a passport? It takes quite a while when you're there before you can take the photo, and then you have to pick all the paperwork. And so it's time consuming, but I feel that we have to fight for this, and I do not understand how Australia Post hasn't looked at putting it in someone's shop, as they've done quite often in a lot of places. We still have a little post office at Bexley, the same thing, very small premises. I presume I don't know who owns the premises, but I feel Australia Post needs to look further, and they've got to start caring for the area, because so many people go to the post office now and pay their bills. I survived with my shop because that's where I did all my banking. I'd go up 3 doors and do the banking there. I didn't have to walk over there and try and find a parking cobbler to go to the bank. So there's a lot of businesses, I think, that use that as part of their business in banking and continuing to pay their bills. So hopefully Australia Post listens and looks. There'd be a business, I'm sure, in Rockville that would love to take that thing on. Even if we don't.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Barlow, and I think that's why it's so important for everyone to sign up a petition. Hopefully that will, they come to their senses. That's the first thing. But no, thank you for those comments. Any other comments, Councillor, on this? Thank you, and councillors, we will now deal with items by exception, and there are these items that have already been pulled out. I'll just quickly read through them and you could sort of mark them. Okay, items by exception. 11.2 CP 24018 has already been pulled out. 10.1 the Muddy Creek Master Plan. The CP 24019, the SS Rock tender, the 11.3 CPE 24.024 planning proposal, La Beach Hut, and then the following one, CPE 24.025 draft tank proposal Bus Delta, and the CPE 24029 confidential Rockdale Banquet Transport Oriented Development Precinct. And it's 11.4 CWA 24020 Rockdale Elder licenses. And the CWA 24023 Wentworth Avenue and Haywood Street Shared Path Project update. And we've got one more, I think. Yeah, under the 11.5 BTC 24104. That's the intersection of Ada Street and Hancock Street, Bexley. And yes, sure, and all the notices of motion will be also pulled out, so we don't need to pull this out. I'll start with Councillor Curry if you'd like to pull any others out. Councillor Curry.
10.5.
10.5. Thank you. Progress report on council notices of motion. Councillor Nagy, none. Councillor Sunas,
Councillor Barlow, Councillor Hannah, Councillor Duffy, Councillor Swiffer. Okay, so we've got all that listed. So can we move and second that? Moved by Councillor Morrison, second by Councillor Curry. All in favour say aye. Yes, declare carried. Now we'll go on to public forum. We've got a few speakers on the public forum. Sorry, Councillor Pedro.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, just bearing in mind the audience and having so many kids, and I think it's, if we can, through you, maybe 12.4, which has the most amount of speakers, Mr. Mayor and Mr. Deputy Mayor, if we could bring that to the front and put that first, I think, to get it over and done with. Mr. Mayor, is that possible?
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Councillor Pedro. We could do that. Alrighty. So we're on to the notices of motion, sporting fields, 12.4. We've got on Teams, Dr. Scott Wilson. Do we have Dr. Wilson on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
We could hear you loud and clear. Please go ahead.
Great, thank you. Thank you for your time. Yes, hello. My name's Dr. Scott Wilson. I'm the Research Director of the Australian Microplastic Assessment Project, or AUSMAP, where we document microplastic loads and associated contaminants along shorelines around the country. In recent years, we've seen an increase in the amounts of two types of microplastics, synthetic grass and rubber crumb washing up along our rivers and coasts, which we feel is directly linked to the increase in installation of synthetic sports fields. All of these fields, irrespective of measures taken, release microplastics, heavy metals, PAHs and other possible contaminants to the environment. As such, we feel an even-handed approach should be taken to consider any new installation. With regard to the motion that the Council provide a report for the installation of 3 new all-weather fields, we feel any report should include an unbiased assessment, including the pros and cons of these types of fields versus those of well-laid and maintained natural turf fields. This assessment should not only include technical and economic aspects, but the environmental and social implications, and particularly their end-of-life management. The discharge of microplastics and other contaminants in downstream waterways and local beaches should also be a prime consideration in any decision making. I thank you for your time.
Good evening, councillors, and Mr. Mayor, or yeah. Thank you for this opportunity to discuss with you the proposed investigation of synthetic turf at the 3 various locations across the SGA. I'm speaking tonight as both a local resident and as a representative of the Natural Turf Alliance, or the NTA, which is a community-based organisation with an alliance of over 53,000 members concerned with the environmental and health impacts caused by the continued utilisation of synthetic turf. The NTA regularly meet with state and federal members of Parliament to advocate for improvements and upgrades to natural grass fields and to educate members of Parliament of the incredible work being done to improve natural grass sporting fields through soil conservation with soil amendments, FOGO materials and improved grass tolerance. These basic principles are further complemented by upgrades to drainage and irrigation and simple maintenance methods such as aeration, field rotation, field relocation, simply moving the field 4 metres to the side. For prolongs up to 30% increase in usage. And obviously basic upkeep. The NTA are also heavily involved in raising and investigating concerns relevant to the environmental and human health impacts that are emerging both locally and abroad, and ensuring that community awareness of the detrimental impacts of synthetic turf are known and understood. It is clear that very little is known about the long-term impacts derived from synthetic turf within Australia, and this was clearly indicated within the New South Wales Chief Scientist report that states there are significant knowledge gaps in key areas of concern which hinders effective decision making. This alone should be enough for Council to ensure that these knowledge gaps are addressed and community members are not placed at risk, the environment is not impacted, and the long-term risks are mitigated. Worryingly, this is not the case with this motion. This being said, I want to congratulate Council with the obvious investment in sporting facilities and recreational areas throughout the LGA. The provision of sporting facilities must be recognised as an integral act of Council, and it's something that this Council has done. It is clear that community members have access to exceptional facilities, such as the recently completed Barton Park, incorporating multiple sporting facilities that utilise natural grass. This facility provides fantastic benefits to community members and enables community members to participate and be active within a healthy lifestyle all year round. As such, it is concerning to think that the incredible work that has been undertaken at Barton Park would now seem to be being ignored with the proposed utilisation of synthetic turf. The support of natural turf was very welcome and clearly indicated that a council was willing to listen to the concerns of community, which was further supported by the decision by Council in July of 2021 to place a moratorium on synthetic turf. This resolution was passed by Council and, to my knowledge, still stands. Community members and residents are well aware and informed of the identified environmental impacts and the environmental and social impacts that synthetic turf upgrades generate. Given the close proximity of residential homes to 3 proposed fields, there is a great deal of concern that community members will not be consulted or be able to engage with the investigation of the Council. It is hoped that this will be amended and that community members will be able to have their say and provide input of their concern. Already there is division within this community. Already there are petitions being tabled and concerns being raised. The NTA has been contacted by 5 community members seeking to provide with information. Sorry, just down to the end. I understand that the proposed motion mentions the advancements being made with synthetic turf and environmentally friendly advancements. The synthetic turf industry are indicating that due to concerns with rubber thumb infill, they are now supporting organic turf. Whilst this is obviously a step in the right direction, what it fails to acknowledge is that synthetic turf blades and plastic materials utilised in construction materials break down and negatively impact the environment. Reporting from neighbouring Georges River Council indicates that a single field within the LGA is losing approximately 1,000 kilograms of plastic particles every year. This cannot be a solution moving forward, and any investigations undertaken by Council, sorry, Mr. Oh, sorry, was it 3 minutes? I believe it's sorry, I'll wrap up. Yeah, sorry. 1,000 kilograms of plastic particles lost annually, and synthetic turf fields reported by the industry indicates the blades themselves lose between 3 to 5 minutes. In closing, it was intended, it would be desired that the investigations of Council ensure that they investigate the utilisation of natural turf as well as all-weather synthetic turf material. Thank you, and apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Bramble. We've got, so we've had the 2 speakers against the motion. We've got Mr. Daniel Levet in person speaking for the motion. Please come forward.
Good evening, Chair. I'd just like to first acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land and pay my respects to the past. My name is Daniel Director of Senior Football at Patriots Football Club, and also the Director of Pathways and Partnerships at Adelaide Integrated Park, and an all-girls temporary college. The purpose of this speech is to reach out to Bayside Council and plead for your assistance and approval to build a hybrid turf field at Jellicoe Park. The benefits of a hybrid turf field do not just stop at its all-weather standard durability, stability, and better grass quality, but it is also biodegradable, 100% recyclable, and environmentally friendly. As it's 90% natural grass, it maintains healthy biodiversity, natural green space, and it actually requires less watering. Pagewood is the largest football club in the eastern suburbs of Football Association, which encompasses 24 clubs and 2 within Bayside Council. We have 1,700 playing members, and we have 2,000 members that include coaches, managers, employees, and volunteers. We also have parents, mentors, and community involvements, which takes us to over 6,000 members. Now, with this number of people, we really are the heartbeat of the community, and you can feel this down at Jellicoe Park every single weekend. We not only provide a footballing home to the community, but we are very strong advocates for local charity and community work. Each year we volunteer and fund important Bayside events, such as the Barbecue at Mascot Anzac Day ceremony and also the Botany Pool Community Fundraiser. Each year we raise tens of thousands of dollars for local charity groups such as the Bayside Women's Shelter, Parkinson Foundation, Leukemia Foundation, WindGap, just to name a few. Recently, our community heard of a heartbreaking news that one of our members' 6-year-old daughter was diagnosed with leukemia. In 3 weeks, we raised $23,000 and was able to provide food, drink, and support for multiple children for 6 months. We don't just engage and support the community because it's the right thing to do. We do it because we want to. We have international reach. We focus on women's sport. We have dedicated female coaches, mentors, develops specific playing, refereeing, training programs for the females. Now, speaking from a school teacher perspective, I see students at the park more engaged than any of my science lessons. It's provided as a place of home, as a place of safety and motivation. Now, we support the community, but at times we're struggling to support ourselves and the community within. This is a result of the football playing grounds that are not only in very poor playing condition, but regularly closed due to the weather. Now, this year alone, we've been closed 50% of the football season. Data from the World Health Organization has highlighted that 78% of boys and 85% of girls do not meet the recommended levels of weekly physical activity. Now, Jellicoe Park is a psychologically safe and physically consistent environment for our youth. Now, evidence states that if we can provide an all-weather field that's always open, will reduce the child mental and physical health issues, such as the growing level numbers of female anxiety, body dysmorphia, and depression. Furthermore, next door, 3,000 apartments were built with no backyard space. When we're closed, they cannot play. Now, we have not been resurfaced in history, of 70 years of history. The playing surface is no longer fit for purpose. There's large sinkholes that it's not level to run on. This is a safety issue and it increases risk of injury. The park does not drain well, and it is closed during winter after small rain showers. We have seen numerous park redevelopments take place across LGA, including Barton Park. We believe that this is our turn for a park redevelopment to help our community. To do this, we ask you to keep Pagewood and Jellicoe Park open. We ask for a hybrid turf field, which is environmentally friendly. Help us build this field, one that will have immeasurable positive impacts on the wider community. We ask you to support our club. As representative of Pagewood, I hope that you can help us. And by helping us, we won't just help 2,000 members, 6,000 of our directed members, but an immeasurable positive impact on the community nationwide. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Mr. Edward Gaspic, speaking for the motion in person. Sorry, I'll just have to mention you are allocated 3 minutes, so you're here up to 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Councillors, General Manager, directors of Bayside Council, and members of the community. My name is Edward Yazbek, and I'm the president of Bexley North Football Club, often referred to as BNFC. Established in 1960, BNFC is one of the largest clubs in the football St George area, with a primary focus of engaging and developing youth players. We pride ourselves on being a multicultural, diverse and inclusive club representing a true cross-section of the local community. With over 1,500 registered members, we have approximately 800 players in 2024, with the majority of those in the under 5 to under 18 age groups. The club also has a very strong female representation, nearing 30% participation across all age groups. The club has called Kingsgrove Avenue Reserve home for the past 65 years, with strong ties to the local community. As one of the oldest and proudest clubs, we have family generations that have played at our club, with many grandparents, parents, now with their grandkids and kids at our club. BNFC has one of the best reputations in the district. Last year, the club won the Fair Play Award across the entire St George Association. BNFC caters for players of all ability, from first-time players to fun, social, to the more competitive and higher skilled players through our advance and development programs. The club has a vision to increase local participation in sport, particularly for females, increase community engagement, and become a centre of excellence for youth players in the area, many of which cannot afford the excessive fees associated with professional training. BNFC was one of the first clubs, if not the only club, that continues to provide professional training with professional coaches to our youth players and female players at no cost. We are now, however, limited in expanding that program further due to facilities. A natural playing surface simply cannot stand up to the wear and tear of the regular season for our club, and it also provides no opportunity for off-season use due to the scheduled maintenance and recovery window required. With over 800 players playing and training during the week, the ground typically resembles a dirt patch, sand in times of drought, and a mud sludge in times of rain. Whether bad conditions prevail or not, the fact is by about round 4 of each season, the ground becomes unplayable. It deteriorates greatly and is not suitable for any reasonable play, with substantial potholes, patches, and the ground's closed when it's rained out. This means a lot of games are lost or cancelled, particularly for non-competition. As the field worsens, this also creates both health and safety issues for our kids, such as breathing in the dirt and dust. Last year, with very limited rain, we had players wearing face masks during training, so much so the parents were concerned about that. Our club simply cannot continue to grow and support the further increase in numbers, particularly in females. This year, our club introduced caps due to constraints we are facing. And typically, once kids turn 19, we can no longer accommodate them at our club. We understand council is constrained with green space available for community use. However, it would be prudent to ensure that any limited green space is something that can handle the wear and tear of a season. I would like to thank council, particularly Mayor Saravosky, for his ongoing support of our club and clubs in general. We look forward to the completion of the new amenities building in the coming months. And I'll just wrap up on this. An all-weather surface was first floated back in 2018 in the Sports and Rec meeting. There's been much debate since then, throw in COVID, throw in the moratorium, throw in the debates, the chief scientist reports, the recommendations, state level, etc. It is time simply to move forward. Thank you for your time. On behalf of the Bexley North Committee members and the local community, we fully support an all-weather playing surface at Kingsgrove Avenue Reserve.
Thank you, Mr. Yazbek. Our next speaker speaking for the motion is Olympia Holly. Please come forward. So you'll have 3 minutes and the bill will go up to 3.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. As Club Secretary for the Mascot Kings Football Club, I'd like to thank Councillors Curry, Jansen and Awada for raising this motion. We wholeheartedly support this motion. My father helped establish this club over 50 years ago. Since then, local folks from all walks of life have joined to form a wonderful football community. Parents, grandparents, neighbours, all gather at our home ground, Lestrange Park at Mascot. We share a sausage sizzle, a laugh and cheer on our teams. Almost 100% of our members live in Bayside. Over a third of our families are from a culturally and linguistically diverse background. Many are migrants or refugees. Our catchment suburbs of Mascot and East Lakes are ranked amongst the most socially and economically disadvantaged in New South Wales. For most of our families, this is it. This is the only kids' activity they can afford. Our club helps children keep active, burn energy, stay off their screens, and it also helps families engage with the broader community. We have 720 registered players, 112 volunteers, and 6 elected committee members. 720 players. Okay, not as big as Padfield or Bexley North, but this is an all-time record for us. Just before COVID, that figure was 403. We've had, over the last 5 years, an amazing growth rate of 62%. So our membership has expanded, but sadly, our playing space hasn't. Lestrange Park still only has 1 full-size field and 2 half-size fields, expected to service 53 teams. The wear and tear, as my colleagues pointed out, on these fields is evident. At the beginning of the season, it looks like Wembley Stadium. It's beautiful. But within a few weeks' time, it turns into either a dust bowl or a mud bath. Disappointingly, this year, the park has been closed for games and training for nearly a fifth of the season. Have you ever seen the devastation on a child's face when you tell them that soccer's cancelled? Or have you been the committee member who's had to relay that message? I tell you, neither is fun. So we've got 2 under-18s players here, James and Alex, and they've asked me to relay their preceding sentiments. James, me personally, I've been playing football with Mascot Kings since I was 11 years old. I love it as football allows me to get together with my teammates on and off the field. Football is more than just a sport to me. It's an opportunity to engage with my teammates and the club. Alex said, sadly, there's not much for teenage boys to do in our area, so it's really disappointing when we can't use Lestrange Park. Playing football is important to me for both my physical and mental well-being. As club officials, we feel like we're letting our members down. We keep registration fees low so it's accessible for all, but we can't battle nature. When the children can't train or play, not only are we failing to provide health and social outcomes, we also fail to provide value for money. When we can't play, we also miss out on critical fundraising opportunities through our volunteer-run canteen, raising money needed for equipment and paying council's park hire fees. An all-weather field at Lestrange Park would fix so many problems and would also maximise use of this great council asset. We thank everyone for their time and consideration this evening.
Our next speaker on that same item for the motion is Chloe Norton.
Good evening to the Chair. My name is Chloe Morden and I'm a young player at PBFC. Today I'm excited to discuss the potential for a hybrid pitch at our amazing football club. My journey with this club only began 3 years ago, but in that short time, Pagewood and the community I found there has become an integral part of my life. This club has been more than just a place to play soccer. It has been a second home where I found friendship, support, and a sense of belonging. Pagewood has not only been a place to develop my soccer skills, but a place of personal growth, friendship, and lifelong memories. Through the years, I have formed close bonds with my teammates, some of whom have come to support me today. And together, we have strengthened our sense of self while keeping fitter and working on skills that we can take on into adulthood. Our team is called the Bandicoots, and our dedicated coach Darren takes us through our paces at Jellicoe Park for an hour and a half every Tuesday and every Thursday, as well as for half an hour before our games on Sundays. We are not the greatest players in the world, but what counts for us is that we try our best and have a laugh, even if the game's not quite going to plan. And when we do win, and if I score a goal, my dad takes the whole team to Macca's. We are just a bunch of teenagers having fun, and in that, we are no different from other teenagers. The difference is we are having fun playing sports, and that is something that many teenage girls sadly miss out on. Dropout rates for teenage girls in sport are far too high. Playing soccer together with my friends, week in and week out, chasing the ball, keep our enthusiasm bubbling. Unfortunately, too often, that bubble of enthusiasm bursts. It feels as if fields are always closed, and it's starting to impact the mental and physical health of my teammates and I'm sure others. We are quite happy playing in the rain, but in recent seasons, even after very little rain, our training and our games have been cancelled. It is very deflating. We can't train to improve our skills, we can't play those vital matches with their highs and their lows, near misses and desperate clearances. They take us through the ringer for an hour every weekend. The sun may be shining high, but when the pitches are waterlogged, everything is suddenly cancelled. Getting the news that we can't play is such a disappointment, and the weekend feels empty. We desperately need a hybrid pitch that can stay open for plays in all weathers. It will enable us to train consistently too, so that we can build up our skills on a truly flat pitch, without the bumps and bare patches that make the ball bobble around. Just the thought of it is exciting. Playing sport teaches us so much about life, but winning in a mentality that can change a life. As we watch our Olympians in the weeks to come, the values of fortitude, determination, and pure will to achieve are going to be beamed into our homes all the way from Paris. We would like to feed off that inspiration, train and play, so we can look forward to becoming more complete players with skills that we can share in the future with other teams in other places, as we make new friends wherever life takes us. Playing this sport empowers me and others as females to succeed. Soccer means a lot to me. It has enriched my life throughout friendships, skills, and fitness. I am passionate about encouraging future generations of girls to play in our club. The consistency of regular practice and games are vital for my development and that of team. It's frustrating when a sunny day is spoiled by the unplayable conditions left by overnight rain. This loss of consistency affects not only our performance, but our sense of identity as a team. A hybrid pitch, perfect for enhancing my love of sustainability, and having this sustainable pitch would eliminate this issue, ensuring regular practice and games, which are essential for school advancement. I ask you to consider this profound impact the hybrid pitch would have on our community. Community is about bringing people together, and without a reliable place to gather, our community suffers. This pitch would provide a reliable venue for everyone, fostering the growth of players young and old, and strengthening the bonds that make Pagewood Football Club such a special place. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Chloe. That was great. Okay, final speaker. Irene, please come forward.
Thank you. Honourable Mayor Bill Sovanovsky, Mr Chair, Councillor Joel Wilder, esteemed councillors, General Manager Meredith Wallace, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. My name is Irene Hatzipetros and I am the Chairperson of Football St George. First and foremost, I take this opportunity once again to commend Bayside Council for the remarkable work done in providing our local community with the opportunity to play sport at such amazing facilities in the local government area. I'm here today to strongly advocate for the motion to provide a report on the installation of all weather fields This motion represents a critical step forward in addressing the pressing needs of our sporting community, particularly in light of the challenges we face during wet weather, as we've heard this evening. As administrators of our local football competitions can attest, the current winter season alone has necessitated over 706 catch-up games due to wet weather closures on turf fields. While closures are necessary for player safety and field preservation, they disrupt schedules and strain resources. Conversely, all-weather fields ensure continuity in training and games, providing much-needed, reliable and minimising disruptions that affect thousands of players and families in our community. Football St George has seen remarkable growth with a record 13,946 participants in 2024, an increase of 22% over the past 5 years and an additional 8% growth in the last 12 months alone. This surge in participation underscores the urgent need for enhanced sporting facilities that can accommodate our expanding community. Notably, female footballers have flourished, nearly doubling in the last 5 years, from 1,995 participants in 2019 to 2,977 in 2024. The momentum continues with the 20% increase in female participation over the past year, inspired by the success of events like the Women's World Cup. The disparity in access to all-weather fields in our area is stark. Whilst it is wonderful and greatly appreciated that some clubs benefit from these facilities, our dedicated large clubs such as Bexley North Football Club and of course our neighbouring clubs at Esper, we continue to operate without such essential resources. This motion aims to assist with this imbalance, ensuring more clubs have equitable access to high-quality playing surfaces that promote safety, performance and inclusivity. Furthermore, advancements in environmentally friendly playing surfaces align with our commitment to sustainability, offering durable solutions that reduce maintenance costs and environmental impact, a win-win for our community and future generations. In conclusion, I urge the Council to endorse this motion and expedite the comprehensive report due in November. This report will outline feasible options for implementing all-weather fields, accompanied by technical assessments, project timelines and budget considerations essential for informed decision-making. Thank you for your dedication to enhancing our recreational infrastructure and supporting the vibrant sporting culture that defines our community. Together, let's ensure every player, regardless of age, gender or background, has the opportunity to thrive in safe and accessible sporting facilities. And a very big thank you, if I may, to Basil for giving me some reading glasses tonight because I'd left mine at home. Thank you, councillors. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for all the speakers. We have a motion here moved by Councillor Curry, seconded by Councillor Danson. Councillor Curry, you've got the floor.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. Can I just start by acknowledging Bexley Pagewood and Mascot for coming out, seeing democracy in action. And it's wonderful to have the young people that's joining us tonight as well as being part of what we do on a monthly basis and make decisions that are in the best interests of our community. That is our role. Our role is to advocate for our community and that is the reason we've put this motion up. And I want to acknowledge the clubs and their contributions to the community, the hundreds of volunteers that give their time day in, day out so that our young people and our older people can play sport and to be out there, to be active. Sport is one of the most important things for well-being, for mental health, for that sense of belonging. And I just want to acknowledge Chloe, who did an amazing job. Coming up here is not easy, and sharing the importance of being part of a team and being embraced by a club and a community is really important for young people. So well done on coming here and sharing your thoughts. So, and we all are aware of the challenges, particularly we have these seasons. Last year wasn't too bad, but this year has been horrendous. And for me, it's always about equity. And when we look across Bayside and we look at where are there inequities, and for me, I don't see, I can't, what doesn't sit right with me is the fact that some teams can train, can play, and others can't. So it's either all or none is my view, and we have had a lot of advancements, particularly with a whole range of hybrid grass, different options, which doesn't have rubber crumbs. It's being utilised in a number of fields like ANZ Stadium, Opera Stadium. We've also had new fields go in at Randwick Council, Inner West. There's one starting in the City of Sydney. So, you know, adhering to guidelines that have come out, there are really good environmentally friendly ways to achieve the opportunity to have all weather where people can play. And so that's why we've put this here, and I thank everyone, and then I hope all councillors can see the importance of all our people being able to go out and use the fields. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Jensen.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just echoing what Councillor Curry said, and I also thank all the participants. Sorry, I did take note that one of our speakers, Mr. Brown, who did say that Bayside's done a great job in giving our community access to exceptional facilities. But as Councillor Curry said, that access is not for everyone. We've had some areas, for example, Australians, where these are some of our most underprivileged communities that do not have access. So this report is calling for fair and equitable access for sports, for community recreation facilities. We are seeing increasing numbers. This is not about supporting a single sport. These sports are growing in numbers. We've heard tonight the number of people that are participating in sport, young people, old people. These clubs are doing far more than just playing soccer. They're also fundraising for our community, supporting our community in other ways. We've heard they've supported Bayside Women's Shelter, supported Cancer for the People, a number of organisations. They need to have all weather options explored. So this report is simply asking for that. Natural turf, yes, that would be my 100% most favourite option. We could deliver a Barton part of every single field that these clubs need. I'm sure we would be doing that. Why aren't we doing it? So this report is calling for an exploration of options. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jansen. Any other comments, councillors? Any other discussion? Councillor, sorry.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming out tonight, and it's very clear that there's a strong need. And well done to the club for the work that you do for the community. I hear what the other councillors have said around wanting what is fair and equitable, while also being environmentally friendly, and that you mentioned in particular the exploration option. And I would really like to see that this motion both explores natural and synthetic, and the current wording that doesn't do that. So I have motion yesterday. Those amendments are that the report be brought back to the council considers all viable options, including natural grass, to be tabled with council, and that the cost-benefit analysis undertaken considers comparative the installation of synthetic turf and improvement to natural grass fields with relevance to the existing flooding conditions present on site. That it also includes analysis of microplastic pollution and the impacts to surrounding waterways from the loss and the breakdown of the plastic fibre blades, given the potential of hundreds of kilograms of plastic particles as identified by the New South Wales Food Scientists and Engineers report being lost into the environment every year. And that the council investigation also includes community consultation. Now, the reason why, you know, I think what I heard is that you wanted the exploration of options. I'm seeing that there's significant secrets within there. This is about the best practice, world-class natural turf fields now. We all want what is best for this and future generations. And we want to community facilities that preserve the health and being of our wider community, waterways, and all species. So there's also a bit of background. I don't know if the audience knows that we had a motion passed unanimously at the last meeting around microplastics. Microplastics are investigated throughout the Sydney Basin, and that was because, as I presented that motion, microplastics are affecting plant facilities. And so with the global decline in sperm count, which has been linked to environmental toxins like microplastics, this council is taking that social responsibility seriously. That's up in that motion. We're also a member of the Sydney Council Postage Committee, which has also urged caution around microplastics. We also, as mentioned by one of the speakers, have a moratorium on the construction of any new synthetic fuels, which is passed prior to meeting by Councillor Barrow and Councillor McDonald. And that was because there was a lot of division in the community around microplastic fuels. So we certainly don't want to recap more division. I think it's just a sensible thing now to really be investigating best practice, natural turf as well as synthetic fuels. So I hope that this will support this.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder for the amendment before we go forward with that?
Yeah, look, thank you, Councillor Douglas, but I have faith in the council officers. I think that they understand the predicament of the current field and the need for the investigation to be undertaken appropriately and a report, and therefore I do not get the amendment motion stands.
Councillor Sunis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Firstly, I'd like to congratulate the people that came here today. Good to see everyone, and more importantly, the volunteers. Because without the volunteers, nothing happens. Things that unlock that gate, makes the biggest difference. But anyway, there was a mention tonight of the moratorium. I supported the moratorium at the time because there was a lot of doubts in our minds over certain aspects of synthetic fuels, but I think we've moved on from that. We've moved a long way from that. And it's time to look at options, look at opportunities. And as councillors have said in this room, equity is what we're about. Everyone should have the same opportunity. The only limiting factor, and I have to say to the people behind us, is the financial aspect of it. But you need to start somewhere. You need to start with a conversation, and the conversation is this here tonight. A report will come, which will cover all the aspects raised by Councillor Douglas. Otherwise, we would not be in the right place, because we need to critique that report and have a look to see that all those aspects were covered. Because I'd like to say the councillors on the previous council had a lot of conversations with a lot of discussion over microplastics and the effects of synthetics. But I believe 4 years have gone down the track. There's other opportunities. There's hybrid turfs. There's all these other things we looked at one stage, but we weren't the experts at the time. So now's the time to keep moving forward. There's opportunities out there. There's obviously clubs that are growing. They need the opportunity to be able to train and play, and this is the best way of moving forward with this particular area. Thank you, Mr. Deputy.
Thank you, Councillor Sunis. Councillor Mayor Salesman.
Deputy Mayor, I rise to support this the motion to remove by Councillor Curry and Jensen. And I don't want to sound like a school teacher. If you read the motion, it says a report with options. Now, forget about what we believe about synthetic fuels, whether it's pro or against on it. It asks for a report. How can you oppose that? It asks for a report. Now, I'm not an expert on this thing. And I just read that hybrid grass. Now, in Google, that's made up of 5% synthetic and 95% of natural grass. Why would you complain? Why would you complain? Like, I don't have tunnel vision, and oppose everything for the sake of tunnel vision. I follow sport. I go to Arncliffe Park. I go to Lexington Field at Beach Road. I go to Starbuck Park. Every weekend, I go and see the junior soccer team, except one park I don't go to. I can never find parking. That's no issue. In terms of the Bayside area, the Rockdale side, I go every weekend. And my son does not play in the Bayside competition. I go there because I want to see the kids, I want to see the volunteers. Parkley Sports Club at Starbuck Park, they're Coggle Waratahs, and Dolls Point and St. Susie. The amount of volunteers that are propping up our community, they're propping up our community. What do we want our kids to do? Play on computers, their laptops, or their mobile phones, then the games are washed out. And I congratulate Irene and the association. Every time it's games are washed out, they rely on teams that have already got synthetic fields. And I say this again, with the exception of one park, we have a Brighton Memorial playing field. I don't get any complaints from anyone. Ada Avenue, no one rings me up to complain about the synthetic field. The one at Bay Street, JJ Grainfield, no one complains about that. The synthetic field at the hockey at Queen, no one complains to me about it. Arthur Park, no one complains to me about it. If you look at the figures that have been explained to us through early tonight, and I thank Chloe for a wonderful speech, we are a council that needs to listen to our community and take on board everyone's concerns. But when you've got clubs of 1,700 kids playing, and they've got one field, you've got to do something. You have to do something. And that's why if you read the report, forget about what your beliefs are, it says council provides a report with options for the installation of all-weather fields at Jellicoe Park, Patriot, Exchange, Mascot, Kingsgrove, maybe Protected. I'm not an expert on all these things. And that's what the staff have got. Here we are in July, we've got August, September, October, November. So we have 5 months to come up and tell us what is the best option to service our community. Can I just say, there is no way that we the elected councils will install or agree to something that's going to have an environmental impact on our community. No one will. That's what we've got the experts to tell us that. There's only one issue in one park, that's it. That's all it is, in one park. And that's it, that's that issue. And that's why I scratched my head. And one of the residents contacted me and said, oh, Bill, it's the foul smell at A Avenue. And I rang up the president of the club and he said, look, the only thing is the dogs go around and it shouldn't be unleashed, it should be leased. But that's only one park that we've got supposedly some issue environment. Yes, and the staff need to investigate that, but times have changed. As I said before, fibre glass, I didn't know it existed until I read it on Google. 5% is synthetic, 95% is natural glass. Why would we oppose that? Tell me, why? Why would we oppose it? And I thank the club, company today, tonight, for having it there.
Thank you, Mayor Saranovsky. Any other speakers?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Just a question. We were waiting on guidelines from the Department of Planning that was supposed to fall out of the chief scientist's report. And I'm just wondering if those guidelines ever surface.
Yeah, they have been completed.
Right, okay. So no doubt those guidelines will form part of
The report.
the report.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. Any other speakers?
Just a comment. Yes, I did have phone calls, but it says, all weather playing and if it's different, I'm quite happy that, the microplastic and I think it's thought that they might be using as an infill. But I think everyone here must realise every 3 football clubs, there's no money. I don't have to, it's November. This could be a totally different council, which I'm sure every people know. We might all get re-elected. He's told me no. But,
Thank you, game.
anyway,
But what it is, I think every club has to realise council would not have the money in their budget to fund 3 fields. But really what you should be doing is lobbying your federal members, your local state members to get funding. That's where Barton Park came from. Money came from, I think it was, I'm not sure where the money, but it wasn't out of our budget. So what I'm saying is that the clubs should be lobbying all their local members to see what funding they can get. And Bexley North is on the border of Canterbury, and I'm sure they should be maybe looking for, I know Bexley North does flood with the precincts there, but please, all the wonderful speakers, but you must now push your motion into the federal and the state government offices and start asking them for money. Because that's where you need to fund as well.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm sure that will happen. Obviously, we get the report. Once that report is delivered, I'm sure, and we're able to deliver these fields, we'll be asking for grants, state and federal, and from the neighbouring councils. Thank you, Councillor Butler. Any, Councillor McDougall?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to all the speakers. I'll only speak briefly. Look, I'm very happy to support this motion. The fact that we have seen this incredible growth in community participation in sport, particularly in football, is something we as a community should be really proud of. But in inner suburban communities like ours, we only have so much green space. We need to look at the options like these to cater for that growing demand, particularly in sport for young women. I mean, we've seen the incredible growth in women's football off the back of the Matildas, and in a couple of weeks when we win gold, I'm sure it'll kick off again. But we do need to keep supporting these things. We don't exist in a one-dimensional space, councillors. Every time you get in a car, you know, there's an environmental trade-off. I don't think anyone doubts that microplastics are issues, but the incredible lifelong benefits from getting people involved in sport and keeping people involved in sport, they're not just physical, they're mental as well. Sport is the #1 determinant of social connection. We as a council need to be proud of supporting this and should continue to do so.
Good on you. Thank you, Councillor McDougall. What's it? Councillor Sedrak?
I'll just make a brief comment to I know we're going to get a lot of flack on this on social media and the Greens and all the supporters, but Deputy Mayor, my only comment is let the kids play. That's all the kids want, is let the kids play. That's all they want. That's all kids want to do. And here we go, we make all these problems. If there's a environmental issue like one of the speakers said, let's find a better way. But at the end of the day, we need synthetic or weather fields. I'm going to say the word synthetic. I know it's dirty and it sounds bad, and I'm going to get called fluffy on social media, on the fluffy committee. But here's the thing. We need them. We need them. Bottom line, let the kids play.
Well, I have to say that was brief. Right of reply, Councillor Curry. Alrighty, so we've got a motion moved by Councillor Curry, seconded by Councillor Jansen. All in favour say aye. Again, declare it unanimously carried. Division, would you like division? Sorry, division called by Councillor Morrissey, seconded by Councillor Curry. Councillor Curry. Councillor Morrissey. Councillor Muscat, we haven't forgotten you. Are you online still?
Yes, I'm still here, but having a very difficult time listening. I'm for it.
Thank you, Councillor Fidel, Councillor Jansen, Councillor Nugent, Councillor Stevens, Mayor Sarahnovsky, Councillor Barlow, Councillor Hannah, Councillor Douglas, Councillor McFeely. Councillor James? And I'm for. Thank you, Councillor. Declare it carried. Thank you all for attending. If you'd like to stay, you're more than welcome to stay. Otherwise, you're welcome to leave.
While they're leaving, we're going to close down.
Oh, okay.
We're going to set up this, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, now what is it?
Yeah, councillors, we're just going to have a brief break of maybe 5 or 10 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes, I'm told. Councillors? Are we on?
Yes.
Okay, councillors, we back to the order. We are still on public forum. 11.5, we're on 11.5, BTC 24-104. We've got two speakers here tonight. Ms. Yan, would you like to come forward, please? So have we got both Ms. Yan and Mr. Chan together? Okay, so we've got the two speakers speaking against the recommendation tonight.
Good evening, councillors. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak today. I'm here to share some concerns we have about the recent proposal to install the no stopping restriction near the intersection of Ada Street and Hancock Street. We are the residents of 13 Hancock Street, Bexley. Actually, we just moved to this property last month. And right after we moved in, just a few days later, we received your notification about this proposal. During our move, we had to temporarily park in the proposed 10-meter zone to unload our belongings. And this was something we simply couldn't avoid because our gate is just 5 meters away from the intersection. And I want to assure you that it was not something we plan to do regularly. But however, it seems that a neighbor filed a complaint about this. And as a result, we received a parking fine and also your notification. Unfortunately, throughout this process, no one reached out to us to talk about this issue. And as a new member of this neighborhood, this experience left us feeling quite unwelcomed and hurt. And I think this disrupted the sense of community and harmony we all cherish in this area. This is some background about how this issue was raised. And on top of that, we've observed that the intersection in question experiences very minimal traffic, and many other intersections in our suburb don't have these signs or the restrictions or the markings. And even at the spots with much heavier traffic, we actually did some investigation ourselves and found there are 18 intersections without any marking or signs. And we submitted this list to the traffic community before. And given the low level of traffic at this particular intersection, the proposed installation of this restriction seems both unnecessary and inconsistent with the current traffic conditions in our neighborhood. And it feels like an overreaction that doesn't really help to improve the traffic condition. So we hope you could reconsider this proposal, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Would you like to speak?
That's all.
That's all. Thank you. Thank you for your input. I think, so Councillor Barlow, you were at the traffic committee. Do you want to speak to that? Sorry, would,
Is there only one
okay,
speaker?
moved by, sorry, who would like to move it? Councillor Souness, seconded by,
There's only one speaker, okay.
would you like to second it, Councillor Barlow? I think if we're going to change the recommendation
No, it's
or,
just,
or
I'm going to
defer
add
it,
something to it, so,
okay,
okay, I'll second it.
okay, thank you. Moved by Councillor Barlow, seconded by Councillor Souness.
I had spoken to the neighbour on the other corner, and been there, and he was concerned as well, but the road rules are 10 metres from the corner, but there is a clause in the road rules that says, and that's the part that I want to add to the motion, that when they do the marking, could they consider that you must not park within 10 metres of an intersection, which is the road rules, without traffic lights, unless it is a two-section, which it is, and you park along the continuous side of the continuing road. That could be brought forward, and that is Adar Street, not Hancock. Hancock can't be. So it was a matter of that when they consider it, could they look at that part of the road rules that is in the it's there. I did sent emails and got an answer back. So it's a matter of, I feel sorry for the residents that, and they had got booked, but they obviously a ranger must have come to see the car, and it is sad for them because you move into a new neighbourhood and you want to be friendly with all your neighbours, and I believe this could have been triggered by that. But until we have every corner with the yellow line through, the road rule is 10 metres. So unless we can enforce that, do that that clause there, which I think is possible because it's a two-section and it's very low traffic, extremely low traffic. So I was quite surprised when it even came to the traffic committee. So I'm hoping that.
Can I? Sorry, Councillor Barlow. Can I make a comment? If you were to move this motion, I haven't actually visited that intersection. I don't agree with the 10 metres because, as you rightly put it, if it's a quiet street in a quiet suburb, we are able, and the intersection where I live, and our engineer a few years back didn't mark it at 10 because they've chosen to mark it, say, at 3 or 4 metres. Because if you look around the city, some yellow lines don't extend 10 metres because you will end up losing 4 or 5 spots. If we were to implement this around the city, we will have no parking for any of our residents. I mean, if where the lady and gentleman live, where you've got 1 or 2 cars passing every hour, it wouldn't be fair. I know there were no marking, and I got confirmation from the GM. If you've got no marking, the rules are 10 metres, unfortunately. And if the neighbour didn't ring, the office or the ranger would never drive past and say, these cars, because you could drive around, a lot of cars parked 5 metres from the corner and there's no yellow marking. So I think with this motion,
to be deferred
exactly, and I thank you for that. I think it should be deferred.
For a site
we
meeting
should have
with
a site
the
meeting.
affected neighbours, with the affected residents.
And then come back to council where a decision,
come
and
back.
we will. So to be deferred for an
on-site.
on-site meeting with the ward councillors and other councillors that might be interested, and also have our who is it, the engineers or
We'll have the staff and affected.
the staff and the residents. So we will inform the residents of the date and time that we will be in your street, and we'll have that discussion on site so everyone could explain themselves and the situation they're in. And I'm sorry about the fine that you got, but unfortunately they're the rules. You could probably write to Revenue New South Wales, just informing them that you are new to the area and you didn't know the rules, and hopefully that will work. Anyhow, that's not a legal advice, but just a comment. Councillor McDougall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just looking at this is obviously a very quiet intersection. And as other council have said, for the residents' knowledge, this isn't because you weren't fined because the council's made a decision. When there's no signage, that's the restriction, the 10 metres, no stopping. I mean, I would say just looking at this, that this looks like a pretty obvious location to put in signage at, say, 5 metres or thereabouts. You know, I'd be happy to support that tonight. But if, you know, you think a site visit, yeah, you can. You can just change the recommendation. Like, you know, you can go out there. There are no trees blocking visibility at the corner.
Yep.
You know, you could easily just put in signage at 5 metres right now. But if councillors want a site visit, you know, happy with that as well.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor McDougall. Any other comments, Councillor? Councillor Hannah?
Yeah, thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. Just to clarify, council has the ability to signpost closer than the 10 metres, is that correct? Correct. Right, okay, yeah, okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Any others? And
One other suggestion.
Sure.
This has come up a couple of times recently in this chamber, and I'm just wondering whether or not we should be thinking about perhaps some education in the Bayside News to refresh residents about parking rules, not just only the 10 metres from the corner, but parking across footpaths, parking in driveways, partially blocking driveways. Just, you know, it's probably a good idea because there seems to be a fair bit of, you know, ignorance out there about some of this stuff. So,
True.
thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. Any other comments, councillors? Councillor Barlow, right of reply. You.
I think it needs to be spoken to, and the residents need to understand. And if we can do it, at the traffic committee meeting, they weren't very keen. So, and then I found that road rule about the continuous road, which is ADA. So, but we've just got to look at it, and hopefully this will sort it out.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Barlow. So we've got a amended motion moved by Councillor Barlow, seconded by Councillor Souness. All in favour say aye. Against, declare it carried. So we'll have a site meeting and you'll get notified. Okay. Thank you. All right. Next, we're still on public forum. 12.2, notice of motion, Darcyville Precinct Master Plan. We've got two speakers. Our first speaker, Ms. Amanda Wilson, in person. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair and councillors, for this opportunity to speak in support of this motion, which I support in full. I'm speaking as a resident of Darcyville for the past 24 years. I'm a member of the Botany Historical Trust, and I'm president of a community group called Friends of Astrolabe Park, which is in Darcyville. I'm really passionate about Darcyville, which is a precious and extraordinary piece of Australia's urban and planning history. It was the first suburb in Australia to be designed specifically to promote and protect the health and well-being of people. Considering the pressures on green spaces, which we've heard quite a bit about this evening, and also on affordable housing, it's worth noting the words in the Council's own Development Control Plan document, which this motion is seeking to have included some amendments in. And I'll quote from it, if I may. Sorry, I'm a bit froggy here. The ongoing purpose of Daisy Garden Suburb, as it was originally known as a place for public housing, continues to demonstrate the community's commitment following World War I to provide quality accommodation in a healthy environment for the less fortunate in the community. Daisy Garden Suburb is the earliest model suburb in the world to have been built for this purpose and to have remained managed and occupied as social housing. So that's in your own document, that noting that history. The document goes on to note that the National Trust and professional bodies of urban planners and architects successfully fought to save Darcyville in the 1980s, not so long ago. So the 5 points of this motion, if you pass it, will be a very important step in the ongoing preservation of a historic part of Sydney that is in the care of you, Bayside Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker on the same item for the motion, Ms. Thomas, affected neighbour.
I am a resident of Astrolabe Road, Daceyville, and have lived in this community for more than 18 years. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the notice of motion, which is referred to at item 12.2 of Council's agenda for this meeting. This notice of motion relates to the Daceyville Precinct Master Plan. May I say from the outset that I support Councillor Curry's and Councillor Morrissey's commendable efforts to, if I may quote from the notice of motion itself, protect the quality and amenity of the residential area from potential increased intensity of non-residential uses in Daceyville. The need to protect the Daceyville Heritage Conservation Area cannot be understated. As you all well know, this small suburban community carries with it a very rich history. It started out as Dacey Garden Suburb and was established as a means to provide a living environment for the working class following the conflict of World War I. Many of the streets bear the names of heroes from the Great Wall. Information placards and memorials to these heroes have been placed by the former council at various locations throughout these streets. This rich history may very well be lost if protocols such as those proposed by Councillors Curry and Morrissey are not implemented by Bayside Council. A suburb like Daceyville will never come around again. It is crucial that it be protected. Its reputation as a model suburb is recognised both nationally and internationally. It has received recognition as significant via the National Trust. The quality and amenity of the residential area will only be enhanced if there is a limit on the increased non-residential uses of Daceyville. The intrusion of Rugby New South Wales is a prime example of such a non-residential use of community land in Daceyville. After the rugby game or the training sessions are over, the gates are locked, security cameras kick in, and all the participants leave and go back to their own suburbs, leaving the residents of Daceyville with a facility that not one resident derives any benefit from. But they have had to contend with noise, traffic, parking issues and inconvenience at the insistence of people who don't have a genuine connection with this community. We do not want this sort of development to be the beginning of a trend to carve up community land or open spaces for non-residential uses. If I may again quote the background notes of this notice of motion, by enhancing green spaces, preserving heritage and improving connectivity, we can foster community wellbeing, diversity and pride in our community. In our local environment. It is essential for community wellbeing that the needs of the community are listened to and given every ounce of legitimacy that living in this area permits. The history of Daceyville, the characteristics of Daceyville have engendered a pride and an esteem in this community held by residents, professional bodies and significant groups such as the National Trust. No more non-residential uses of Daceyville. Ensure the continued tenure of Astrolabe Park as a public open space. Progress the bike plan between Daceyville and East Gardens, and most importantly, connect with the community to ensure that Council's initiatives reflect the genuine needs and aspirations of the community. I would urge Council to implement each of the 5 initiatives set out in this notice of motion. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Moved by Councillor Curry, seconded by Councillor Morrissey. Councillor Curry, you've got the floor.
Thank you. I'd just like to thank both speakers for coming, and sorry yours was moved a little bit later, but really appreciate you being here and being able to speak on behalf of the Daceyville community. We have a responsibility to protect this suburb. It's different groups have been coming and trying to get their hands on it, and you know, it's an amazing community who has fought to preserve the green space, the heritage feel and the sense of connectivity, and we need to ensure we put things in place that strengthen council's ability to preserve that area, and that's what this motion is doing. It's recognising the area and the opportunities that it has through connectivity, through
a sense of community, but then also ensuring that those steps get into place through the DCP, through a master plan for Astrolabe Park, through further negotiations in extending the licence with Sydney Water, because all those things are vital. And you heard how important this suburb is. It's you know, its history from just after World War One is you know, so rich, and it is on all of us to make sure that we protect and preserve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Morrissey.
Daceyville on YouTube. Thank you to the speakers, and again, yeah, apologies it was a little bit later. And I also want to acknowledge the written submissions that we've received from residents as well. And I know in speaking to the residents on numerous occasions in that area that their views are, they act as representatives for the broader community who may be less hesitant to come and speak or make a submission. So thank you for that. This is so important. This suburb was Australia's first public housing suburb. It was started to build 112 years ago at the start when the First World War was about to start, and 1912. That's when construction was started, and it was implemented by the Labor government of the day as Australia's first scheme, not Sydney or New South Wales, but Australia, to address the standards of housing across the country. It was under threat from development, similar to those that high-rise we see in inner city. When I say high-rise, 20 and 30 story blocks of apartments. And thanks to the union movement, there was green bans put in place to make sure that that never occurred. It's now our opportunity to put a master plan in place. We're now the custodians, being Bayside Council, of this very historic suburb, which was recognised in 1978 by the National Trust. The onus is on us, and the opportunity is with us to protect that. And how we do that is with a master plan. As we know, for the last term of council, there was a number of organisations seeking to take control of Astrolabe Park. We need the reverse. We need to turn that into a hub for the community, a hub for nature. We can protect and enhance the mix of public housing there, look for affordable housing in that area, look to develop or encourage and influence affordable housing, rental housing in that area. We can protect the town planning and the heritage. We've got to look at the traffic, we've got to look at the parking, we've got to look at the pedestrian safety, and more importantly, or most importantly, the amenity of the community. So the onus on us. The master plan is the tool in which to do it, and I'm hoping that all councillors will support this unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morrissey. Any other speakers on this item? If not, so we're on item 12.2, notice of motion, Darcyville Precinct Master Plan. We've got a mover and a seconder. All in favour? Is that a division? This one. Against?
No, it's not division.
Declare it carried. Thank you, councillors. So we're on the last public forum, last item, 12.3, notice of motion, David Phillips Field. We've got 3 speakers for the motion. Our first speaker, Ms. Amanda Wilson, affected neighbour. Welcome again.
Yes, so thanks again, Chair and all councillors, for this opportunity. So I live about 100 metres away from David Phillips Field in Daceyville. David Phillips Field was given to UNSW about 50 years ago for the use of student sport, and it's been used regularly, and we've never minded. In fact, we've enjoyed it, having the students there, and there's not been an issue, I and a large number of members of the Daceyville and Pagewood communities have been following the progress of Rugby New South Wales DAs and modified DAs since July 2021, when they first received development consent from Bayside to build a corporate headquarters and a training facility for the Waratahs in Daceyville. And it was my understanding that in order to gain consent, they promised council that the facility would be used for only those two purposes, a corporate HQ and a Waratahs training facility. So when that consent was granted, people thought, well, okay, we'll see what happens. How bad could it be? In the 3 years since, there's been a flurry of DAs, modified DAs, all designed to permit professional sporting activity at a field which, as I said, was originally for student sport. So the community followed all the correct procedures, tried to understand all the documents available to us online, and lodged submissions opposing this intensification of use by a professional sporting organisation. We were really heartened to see that 2 independent Bayside local planning panels agreed with our fears and about noise, traffic, parking and antisocial behaviour, and rejected the application for public rugby games in Daceyville. And then Rugby New South Wales appealed to the Land and Environment Court, which obviously is their right, and council said it would vigorously defend the planning panel decisions. We were really heartened by that as well. And then there was silence. So until this month, the court approved an agreement which was reached between Rugby New South Wales and Bayside Council to hold an 18-month trial with 18 days of multiple public games over the course of each day. I fail to see how that agreement, that decision to come to an agreement, was in the public interest. The idea seems to be that rugby will monitor the impacts of their activities on the surrounding residents, nursing homes, schools, traffic and parking. I'm sorry, but it would take a spectacular leap of faith to believe that rugby will fully and accurately monitor the impacts on our amenity, our health, our well-being, etc. It leaves the community with an unacceptable burden of policing this trial. So I fully support this motion that there be a report into how council plans to ensure that all of the parts of this agreement are held and accounted for. But I'd also really like council to explain how they came to this agreement and why there was absolutely no further involvement of the community, and that's why I support the motion to have a public session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker on the same item is Ms. Natalia Lebin.
Good evening, councillors and fellow Bayside Council residents. I'm a resident of Daceyville and I strongly support Councillor Curry's motion in this item. I am disappointed that Bayside Council agreed to provide Rugby New South Wales with an 18-month trial period, ignoring residents' concerns and planning panel's previous recommendations. Even right now, residents are already suffering from increased parking and noise, as well as loss of parking amenities on training days. Visitors to the centre have been using the streets of Daceyville as their car park, while the residents lose their off-street parking. Their very first DA from 2020 should have been rejected for their lack of dedicated visitors parking facilities. The visitors and users of Rugby Centre of Excellence are from across New South Wales and not local. There is no benefit to the local community. At present, there is no council management and impact measurement plan. I request that Bayside Council take on the social responsibility and work closely with residents to establish a management plan and appoint a 24/7 primary contact at council where residents can report complaints and breaches to be solved immediately, then have the submissions reviewed, compiled and considered at the end of the trial period. Thanks for your time.
Thank you for your input. Our final speaker on the same item is Ms. Linda Thomas.
Opportunity to speak. I'm speaking tonight in support of the notice of motion set out at item 12.3. This notice of motion relates to the David Phillips Field at Banks Avenue, Daceyville. I have made many submissions, both written and in person, setting out my opposition to the various development applications, amended applications and modified applications submitted on behalf of Rugby New South Wales. Like so many of my friends and neighbours in this community, it was with disappointment that I learned that Council had agreed to orders made by consent, effectively allowing an appeal lodged by Rugby New South Wales in the Land and Environment Court to operate its games and its associated commercial enterprises at the Banks Avenue space. Despite the clear and unambiguous position of the affected residents who said loud and clear, we don't want this development, we don't want it now, and we don't want it in 18 months' time, rugby games will still go ahead, albeit with conditions. As Councillor Curry rightly points out in the background notes to this notice of motion, the impact on local residents has been substantial. Approximately 10 days ago, I was carrying out some gardening work in my front yard and I could hear the yelling and singing coming from the football field, and I live around the corner and down the street. I can only imagine what those poor elderly residents of the nursing home across the street must have had to contend with. It must have been just unbearable, and they deserve better. So the pressing need for close monitoring of the conditions under which Rugby New South Wales can operate during this trial period is critical. The residents of Daceyville deserve, if not are entitled to, an explanation as to why these consent orders were made in clear contradiction to their wishes and the wishes of other organisations in the vicinity. Accordingly, the public information session, as proposed in Order 3 of the Notice of Motion, is essential. It is fair and reasonable to request such information, such an information session, and equally fair and reasonable for Council to provide it. Allowing an 18-month trial period, in my view, is problematic. I understood that in the past, Council did not favour a trial period, and yet, quite to the contrary, and by consent, Rugby New South Wales has been permitted to operate for a trial period for 18 months. Now that Rugby New South Wales is in and conducting its games, having installed all the associated infrastructure, including the public address speakers, I query just how difficult will it prove to be to get them out if they are asked to leave at the expiration of the 18-month trial period. To what extent will Council adopt the community views when the time comes to either terminate the trial period or continue with it? Will there be an opportunity for a review of Council's decision at the end of the 18 months? What will be the nature of the tenancy at the expiration of the trial period? These are but a few questions that come to my mind when considering the ramifications of the trial period. A detailed report, as specified in Order 1 of the Notice of Motion, must be provided in order to establish specific measures and processes to evaluate the trial period's impact. For these reasons, I would respectfully urge Council to adopt all of the orders sought in this Notice of Motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your input. Councillors, we're on 12.3, notice of motion by Councillor, moved by Councillor Curry, seconded by Councillor Morrissey. Councillor Curry, would you like to say a few words? Councillor Morrissey.
Yeah, thank you once again to the speakers and to the residents who have provided written submissions. I just, as a Bayside resident, like, I wasn't informed of it, and clearly the Daceyville residents weren't informed of this consenting agreement. So can we just have a couple of sentences or background as to how this came about through the chair to the director, to just start the conversation about the silence, that there was huge opposition, 2 planning panels said no, there was a range of conditions, and then all of a sudden silence, and we've got agreement by consent, which I don't, it's not on.
Sure. Mr. Barr.
Mr. Chair. Thank you. Once an appeal is lodged, we have to work to the court process. So Council is essentially not in control of that. In terms of involvement of the community in that, people who made submissions are invited to come along to the viewing of the site with the Commissioner. From that point onwards, the court determines the process, and that's generally that the parties are obliged to have some discussion, and the court prefers that there is some agreement reached, and then the court will make orders. or the matter goes to full hearing. So that's essentially how the process works. There isn't an opportunity in the court's process to go back to the community with any draft agreement or consent orders. That's not the way that the court administers the process.
So why didn't we go to a full hearing? Because we've just heard in the previous motion about the type of residents here, forgetting the historical significance and the actual bricks and mortar, but the type of residents who live here and the huge advocacy across that relatively small community part of Bayside, all appears to have been fallen on deaf ears. Now, despite the fact there may be no court processes to go and reconsult with the community, well, let the court processes be followed would be my preference, I think, rather than just do something, we're here for the community, not saying, okay, well, we're going to do this. So that makes this problem going away. So why would we not go to a full hearing?
Through you, Chair. In the court environment, it is different to when we're looking at a DA in the council local planning environment. The court requires the parties to employ their own experts, and the commissioner will hear the views of experts on various things. So in this case, things like traffic and noise in particular. So when the commissioner has that information before them, they do give an indication of what they think. And so there needs to be some strategic thought, I guess, applied to council's actions there. There is a risk that if you go to full hearing and the indication is that the court is supportive, that you lose complete control. There's no opportunity to reach an agreement. Then the court will make the decision. So there is an element of risk there in going to a full hearing. There's the expense of it as well, particularly if the indications are that you're not going to succeed. I guess we do have to employ some tactics and make some decisions along the way there. And in this case, reaching an agreement that included some things that we thought were reasonable for, first of all, to agree to a trial only rather than a permanent consent, which is a risk if it goes to full hearing that they just get an approval. In this case, the original proposal was for games with up to 4,000 spectators. The trial allows for games with up to 400 spectators on 12 occasions in the year. So there are some, what we believe are some safeguards in there in terms of the hours as well. The games conclude, I think, at 6 p.m. or 5 p.m., 6 p.m. And the request was that they go into the evening. So I guess we felt that to curtail the operations there and have it limited to a trial so that we can actually understand how it will work in the real world was a reasonable outcome compared to going to a full hearing and taking the risk on losing.
Thank you, Mr. Barber. Look, it's not worthwhile interrogating here because we'll wait for the report. I think it was just interesting to get that background because I think all residents of Bayside, but particularly Daceyville, need to know how that came about. But I think the speakers had some very good questions there around what determines 18 months and then, okay, to 18 months and 1 day, does it just stop? We need to understand what the measures are. Who's going to be standing around? So 12 games per year, one a month on average with 400 people. So whose responsibility is it to count 400 spectators into that ground? I suspect that there's going to be significantly more than 400. Do they sell it on? Do they sell tickets, numbered tickets, through Eventbrite or some other platform? And then that's it, and you can't purchase other tickets. We really need to know how we're going to control that. Does council then send somebody from compliance on the day to look at the major issues in relation to parking, which is going to be crazy, to noise, which is already excessive? It was interesting in a document that the standard to measure the noise was compared to aircraft. So, if aircraft are in Bayside, which they have been for 100 years, that's okay. Anything underneath the noise of a jet is okay. Well, it's not. Our garbage trucks, I'm looking forward to the replacement because they wake people up. We can't compare noise impacts to residents and say, oh, well, there's an airport a few k's away and they sometimes fly over your head. So as long as it's less than that, it's okay, because it's not okay. This is a change. The airport's been there for years. Botany Port's been there. We get the noise. People live here, that's okay. But this is a change to add more noise and reduce the amenity. We need things like a hotline. We need a sign on the fence. We need to know how it's being monitored for compliance. there's a lot of things that need to be addressed. So please, we looking forward to seeing the report if this passes, and I'm hoping it will. And there should be some further interrogation there as well as the meeting that's been requested in August for residents, so they can have a say. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. If I can just add, thank you again to the speakers for coming, and there was a number of residents that have contacted me over time, as well as these, DAs kept coming, and then amendments kept coming. I think even staff had trouble keeping track of the game that they were playing in order to confuse. And when you look forensically, look at all the documentations, there's contradictions all the way through. No, we won't have a bar. Yes, but we have a container that is a bar. No, we won't have, loud music coming out of the speakers, but we have loud music coming out of the speakers. No, we will have entry with only 400, but we're advertising free entry. Everyone can come. So there are fundamental flaws in what's being proposed, and I'm not at all comfortable with the amount of, and what New South Wales Rugby coming out trying to take over and thinking that they can control it. It's not good enough. This is our community. These are our residents. They are there because of some deal that was done with University of New South Wales. It hasn't gone through the proper processes. It is totally unfair. And now what is, there's no consideration, and the consultation with community, that was not consultation with community. That was come down and we'll tell you what we're doing, and we'll tell you our grand plans and our strategy. And it's just not acceptable. And I'm not going to have my community be there and keep check of everything. It's not their responsibility to do that. It is Council's responsibility and Rugby New South Wales responsibility, and whoever else is on that site, to keep records of everything, because I'm in 18 months' time, actually, when the report comes back, I'd like to see each month what has happened at each game, how many people went, and so that we have clear records that can then be presented back to the court or wherever it needs to go after the trial and say, no, this is not acceptable. It is impacting our residents' lives, and that is the way it's got to be. So I appreciate there's challenges with this, but again, the residents are not taking this responsibility on. Council is going to take it on to measure it.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Any other speakers on this item, councillors? If not, Councillor Souness.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Deputy Mayor. This really concerns me. Aside from the consultation process, aside from everything else, it seems to me we're putting the onus on the residents to cry wolf and say there's more than 400 people there, they're making noise. And it harps me back to previous councils, where I've had issues with people that have neighbours that have a dog that's barking, and it was up to the onus of the neighbour who had the concern to keep a diary of when the dog was barking. Well, he's not going to wake up at 3 a.m. and write the notes. Similar to here, they're not going to stay up all day writing, it's noisy, it's noisy, it's noisy, it's noisy, it's noisy. So we're putting the onus back on the residents. And then the other problem is, we as a council, don't get me wrong, and the director can maybe verify this, we wouldn't have the resources to monitor that. We'd have to have people standing there all the time on that particular day, most of that day. And under what guidelines do they have to follow? Do we have equipment that measures the noise characteristics of the PA system? Do we have facilities that can determine how much noise is coming out of that particular facility? No, we don't, because we have issues elsewhere, and I can see it doesn't work for us. So putting the onus back on the community is a problem, and it's a real shame that the court that brought this upon us listened to big business as opposed to listen to the community. That's all it is. That's all I can see. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Souness. Any other speakers, councillors, on this item? If not, we've got a motion in front of us, moved by Councillor Curry, seconded by Councillor Morrissey. All in favour say aye. Against? Declare it carried. Thank you, councillors. That was our last public forum presentation. So we're on to reports. Our first report, 10.1. Muddy Creek Master Plan updated draft to adoption. We have an officer's recommendation. Moved by Councillor Souness, seconded by Councillor Barlow. Any speakers, councillors? If not, I'll put it all in favour. Say aye. Against, declare it carried. Next report, 10.5, progress report on council notices of motion. Moved by Councillor Jansen, seconded by Councillor Curry. Councillor Jansen.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor, just moved very quickly, so I can't find it on my screen. But just in relation to the notice of motion regarding writing to the Environment Minister. So that notice of motion was, that's in regards to the naturalisation of Cooks Creek. That notice of motion was about writing a letter, and that was put up in February, but it took 4 months to write a letter. I'm wondering why it took that long to write a letter for a notice of motion, and I'd like to suggest that we have some sort of process implemented that when a letter is written as part of a notice of motion or a mayoral minute, that we have a timeline in place, such as a 5-day turnaround period to write that letter, because I think it's somewhat embarrassing to take 4 months to write a letter. Thank you. So just if there's any explanation as to why that took that time, I'd like to hear that, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Do you have any specific number on that notice? 112. 111. Can we perhaps take that on notice? Because it might take some time to actually
Find it.
Yeah.
I also had another question in regards to the library volunteer motion that was put up last month. There's no, the status on that one said not due to start. So there was another question around that also. So that's in that item too.
Sure. Okay. Is it 111 or just 11? Yeah. Councillor Curry, did you want to speak to you're a seconder? Okay, Councillor Jansen, are you happy to we take this on notice?
Mike.
Councillor Cedric?
I think there's 2 points here. There's 2 points here. One is the specific item that we're talking about, but I think there's another question here in regards to when we do a notice of motion and it requires a letter, what is the turnaround time? And if that is true, then how can we, like Councillor Jansen said, what process we could put forward to make sure that it's in a timely manner? If it's 5 days, if it's, I don't know what it is. So I think there's two things. One is what happened to this one, And two is what generally happens with timeframes, and three, how can we make sure that it doesn't happen again in the future by giving a time frame?
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Barlow, you wanted to... So good. Did we decline that? Or?
The other one, we found the other one. No, we'll take them on notice.
Yeah, we'll take those on notice. I think it's only fair to take that on notice. We will definitely...
Done in August, I think it is.
Yeah.
A report of August.
In August. Okay, we'll definitely get back to you, Councillor Jensen, on those.
Can I also get mine on notice as well?
Yeah, sure.
You want me to repeat it?
No, we've got it. Thank you.
As long as it's not 4 months.
No, it won't be. I could assure you. We're onto it. Okay, so
Make a suggestion then, if councillors are comfortable with it, so that the motion is that the progress report on council notice of motion be received and noted. Can we add that, where there is a letter that has to be written based on a mayoral minute or a motion, that be sent within 7 days?
7 working days. Yeah.
Okay.
It works quite fast.
That gives you an extra 2 days, actually. Okay, Councillor. So we've got the motion with an addition there, moved by Councillor Jensen, second by Councillor Curry. All in favour, say aye. Against, declare it carried. That completes our reports. We are now on notices of motion, I think. Sorry, 11.2. Okay. Yeah, sorry. There are the ones that are pulled out. Yeah, that's right. Okay. 11.2 CP 24018. Moved by Councillor Curry, seconded by Councillor Morrissey. Any speakers? If not, I'll put it all in favour. Say aye. As declared, carried. Okay. Now the next one is CP 24019. SS Rock Fender. No. That's only pulled out because of the conflict here. Moved by Councillor Tunis, seconded by Councillor Barlow. All in favour, say aye. Against, declared, carried. Our next one on 11.3, CPE 24024.
Yeah, my circumstances have changed slightly. On it, I want to abstain from voting on this because I'm not 100% sure if a family member still owns the property. So just to be safe on the side, I'm going to exclude myself on the fact that a family member may still own property in the town centre.
Okay, so Mayor Saranovsky is an abstention
Yeah.
on that division.
No. I'm actually, no.
You want to leave the
I
chamber?
want to leave exclude because I just didn't realise.
Okay,
Yeah.
sure.
So before you do the vote, I just
Yeah.
want to declare that I may have a family member that may
Okay.
still own property.
Sure.
So I'll exclude myself. Thank you.
So we'll just note that Mayor Saranovsky has left the chamber for this particular item. So if we put that table up again. Sorry, if we could go back to the table and make sure that Councillor Saranovsky is not ticked, the box is not ticked.
029.
Yep. So just remove, that has to be removed, yeah. So we've got Kari Morrissey, Muscat did not vote because she's not online. Yeah, Jensen. And maybe just put a note that Mayor Saranovsky left the chamber for this particular item. Just to be on the safe side. Okay, so on this item, declare it carried. Thank you, councillors. We've got this one here, Wentworth Avenue. Can we call,
Leave him
he's out
Leave him out.
for Ellen?
Got a declaration of interest.
And he's staying out, that's right. So we're on to 11.4, councillors, moved by Councillor Souness, seconded by Councillor McDougall. Any discussion, councillors? If not, is that?
Yes. I would second.
So you're moving the original?
I'm moving that it be amended to, it's not on the screen.
Sure, okay.
Yeah, because that's what I asked the other day. But not on later.
Is number, yeah, so up to number 5. That's a division, isn't it? No division. Okay, so councillors, we've got on the screen is what Councillor McDougall has moved and seconded by Councillor Naji. Any speakers on that? Would you like to speak? Okay, all in favour say aye. Against, declare it carried. Thank you, councillors. Maybe we'll just call in before we go on the next item. Okay, so councillors, we're on CWA 24023, Wentworth Avenue and Page Street Shared Path Project Update. Moved by Councillor Jensen, second by Councillor Morrissey. Any discussion, councillors? If not, I'll put it all in favour, say aye. Against, declare it carried. I think that's about all the report. Now would you like a 5-minute break, maybe?
No, keep going.
No?
Keep going.
Who wants a break?
Smash it
Let's
out.
smash it.
Smash it
Okay, we'll be quick, hopefully. Okay, thank you, councillors, thank you for your patience. Okay, notices of motion. We've got the first one, 12.1, notice of motion, annual flower planting. Moved by Councillor Curry, seconded by Councillor Morrissey. And to speak, Councillor Curry.
Thank you. Look, we've always been focused on what people see and what people feel, and part of the presentation is really important. We have an amazing nursery which has amazing annuals, which practically costs nothing because they're grown from seed, and the staff are out weeding anyway. So what I'd like to propose is that councillors pick one key area in their ward where you would like to see a flower display for spring, and let's liven up the area and bring some beauty back to Bayside.
Thank you, that's great. Okay, any other speakers?
A
Councillor
comment,
Barlow.
It's not just the cost of the flowers, it's the cost of the people that have to plant them, but that's the maintenance as well. I mean, I'm not going to oppose it, but to me, salvias, Rebecca's, there's a lot of stuff there, a lot of flowers that aren't annuals, that actually are perennials, and they are amazing, and that to me is a better value than what we're getting from having annual display. I would actually like to know how much it's going to cost. I mean, I know you can have the annuals, they grow from seed, but it's the labour costs that we have to look at as well. So that was my concern, and as far as I mean, to me, I'd like to see something different, like something that isn't an annual. There's salvias, I think the Rebecca's are a beautiful flower, it's bright yellow. There's a lot like that. But anyway, we'll wait and see. But I can't vote for something without a cost.
Any other speakers, councillors? Okay, so we've write a reply, Councillor Curry. Thank you. We're on to 12.1. No, that's moved by Councillor Cedra. Sorry. All in favour say aye. Against, declare it carried. Okay. I think poor Councillor Cedra confused me there. That's okay. All right. So we're on to notice of motion 12.5. I haven't missed any, have I? No. Development application processing times. Councillor, moved by Councillor Curry, second by Councillor Morrissey. Councillor Curry.
Yeah, look, I bring this motion forward because, you know, I hear it over and over that either, you know, and I don't, this is not a criticism of staff. I think it's a criticism of process, which is why are we taking so long to process DAs? Why are many of our residents who are doing simple things like extending out the back, building extra bedrooms upstairs for children, why are we not communicating with them? Why, when a planner goes on holidays, no one can look after their DA for 4 weeks or communicate with them? So this is a motion coming up born from frustration from residents, which I know most councillors will have received similar things. And what I'm asking for, and no one wants to be in the 10 slowest councils in Sydney for DA processing timelines, regardless of the, you know, we are working to be a, you know, a council that has a really strong reputation, and I'm trying to understand, where does it break down? Is it that we don't have enough staff in that department? Is it that they're not getting through enough? Is it that they're not being as flexible, or they're interpreting things in different ways? But I know that many of our residents are frustrated, and that is what my purpose is tonight, is they don't have the same voice that we have. So it's sharing that frustration and just asking for, look at the processes, where is it breaking down, and come back with a better plan so that, we're in the middle of, where we need to deliver more housing, yet we've got people, that are trying to add additional housing, which is taking 18 months, 2 years, and each planner's interpretation of what is subjective around what something should look like, when the DCP is applied. So I think we've just got to get this, a lot, the process faster, a lot clearer, still quality, but yeah, if we can just have a look, what is the cause, and then how can we improve it?
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Any other speakers? Councillor Barlow?
Just a few comments. In this report, I think the planners tear their hair out as well, because if you can look at some of the things, all those letters, the 7-day letter or whatever, and I've had people over the years, one guy still thanks me because it was in Prospect Street, it was years and years ago. Sorry about that, I've been here a bit long. And he still thanks me to this day because the architect kept blaming council. I said, when you have a meeting, you go with him. Sure enough, it was the architect was at fault, but he blamed council. But the thing is that I did ask the director that we've got a 40-day turnaround supposedly, but that's for everything. I'm thinking we should be asking the state government to have 2 measures. Like when you get a high-rise building, you physically wouldn't be able to do the whole DA in 40 days. So to me, there should be 2 levels of, yes, you've got your DAs, your CDs or whatever. Half the CDs, I don't even know how many we approve with DAs, because most people try to get it as a complying development now, to maybe, like the other day, they were cutting down the trees because they thought, oh, well, no one will know, but the neighbour said it. But what I'm saying is, yes, there could have been problems, but when you start looking at the 7-day letter or the 14-day letter or whatever it is, because they don't put the plan in, the plan is incorrect when they lodge it, I presume that's part of it. So I'm looking, okay, with the report, that the details of what we have and how long it takes those developers or the architects to answer. Some of them are too busy to even do it. I did speak to the director where someone hadn't even lodged the plans but blamed the council. So there's issues there that it should be out in the open. I did hear it on the radio the other day, yesterday or today, and I just went, sometimes it isn't the council's fault. It is the fault of the applicant, or not the applicant, the applicant who puts it in for the owner, and then is either got too much work, is not capable, so they end up blaming the council. So there's a whole lot of issues, and I don't believe a 40-day turnaround is fair and just for a high-rise building. So there should be a 40-day one for the housing, and there should be another scope, which I think would have to be brought in by the state government. So that way you turn around and it would be a lot, I presume, I'm going to ask, would be totally different. Is that correct?
Mr. Barber?
Through your chair, the time frame that's being referred to there is the deemed refusal time. So after that period, an applicant does have the ability to lodge an appeal, assuming the application's been refused. There are a couple of different timeframes there depending on complexity. 42 days is the shortest one. The benchmark that has been set in the Minister's recently released Statement of Expectations is 115 days average time for all local DAs for council, so that target applies in the current financial year to all Metro councils.
Thank you, Mr. Barber. Councillor Hannah?
This is just a related observation, but I have never been able to look up a complying development ever and have any documents show up. I don't know whose fault that is, but I get inquiries all the time from residents. And when I look, they're complying developments. And when you go to the DA tracker, which incidentally says track your DA, which is incorrect. It should say track a DA, because you're not tracking your DA, you're tracking any DA. So that needs to be fixed. I've raised that previously, but you're not tracking your DA, you're tracking a DA. But I don't know, there's supposed to be some interface between some planning portal and council's website. I don't know whether anyone else has experienced this, but I have never been able to pull up any documents, plans, site plans, elevations, anything relating to private certifier approvals of complying developments. And that's something, I don't
Sure.
know what the problem is, but maybe some other councillors have experienced that, but that's been my experience.
So, Councillor Hannah, is it complying development on the Bayside website or the planning website?
No, on the Bayside website, where you go track your DA, and you put in, which you're not tracking your DA, you're tracking someone else's DA, but nevertheless, you go to track your DA.
I'll check.
We'll
I'll-
overlook that.
I'll-
And then you punch in the address, and then it'll bring up CD whatever, and you click on CD whatever, and it'll give you details of the private certifier.
Sure.
But then when you go to documents, you get nothing. There's nothing there.
Just
So
the-
I don't know whether there should be something there, but I've
Yeah.
never been able to bring up a document.
Okay, well, thanks, Councillor Hannah. I'll get the GM to make a comment on that.
Through the chair, Councillor Hannah is correct we just tried it a moment ago. And that's because council's role is actually to record, file. They're not our documents, they're actually coming from the private certifiers. So we don't have any obligation to publish any of the private certifiers' work or those documents. Something that we can look into that we may be able to do, but it's not something that we have done. What we have done is what we're required to do, which is keep that inventory, keep that record of privately certified any buildings, any structures that are outside of council's approval process.
So,
Is that a council policy or a decision not to publish, in that we do have but we choose not to publish?
Through the chair, what we do is what we are obligated to do.
Could we publish?
We can look into whether our technology will allow us to publish, absolutely.
okay. Yeah, thank you. I think
Just
that...
just a recent example. I know this is going a little bit off topic, but it's still related. There's a complying development taking place very close to where I am when I walk the dog, and I'm talking to the residents. Now, they weren't even notified. They've received absolutely nothing. Now, there's nothing to suggest that anything that is going to go on is not approved and certified, but they haven't even been. I thought the legislation was they were supposed to receive notification 14 days prior to commencement of something. The old house has been demolished. They literally haven't got a clue. Now, when they go to the DA tracker, sure, they can get the private certifier's contact details and the CD number, but nothing else. So we've actually got residents that have got things being constructed right next to them, right next door, that don't know what it is. So I think, that's a pretty unsatisfactory situation. If we can somehow get something happening to alleviate that, that'd be
sure.
great.
Get the GM to make a comment on that.
Sorry, through the chair. Given that it's not specifically related to the notice of motion, and I am assuming from the earlier discussion that you really want us to focus on getting the matters that we control being done more efficiently and in a more timely way, better communication. That's what the motion before you tonight is about. Can I suggest that perhaps it's another motion or a question with notice that we could record, that we look into that? It's a separate issue. And there are ways that people can get that information. It's not on the web, as she said, it's not
Yep.
easy to do, but they can get that information. Whereas I think for the staff, and we've got the manager here tonight to hear the comments that you were making about 12.5, I really want to make sure that the message is loud and clear. That's what you want us to focus on, getting our own
Yeah.
house in order. And what you have suggested tonight, Councillor Hannah, is additional to that and another piece of work that may or may not be a quick fix. That's something we would have to have a look at. But I don't want it to dilute what the notice of motion says tonight.
Yep. Thank you, GM. Councillors, if no other comments, we've got a motion in front of us. All in favour say aye. Against, declare it carried. Our next motion is 12.6, installation of pathway around the perimeter of Borreley, and that's Councillor Muscat. So would anyone like...
There's a change.
Sorry, are you... Okay. Councillor Muscat, are you online?
Yes, I am. I've got sound now.
Okay, so we've got your motion in front of us here. So you've moved it, and Councillor Saravnosky has seconded it.
Can you listen? It's different to the one that's on paper.
Yeah. So the motion has been changed. That council in conjunction with proposed installation of the fitness, the actual station and a cycleway for children at Borreley Park. I better read it.
Investigate.
Investigate possible financial avenue to install in stages a pathway around the perimeter of the park. Are you happy with that?
Yes, I am. Go ahead.
Would you like to speak to it?
Yes, I would. I'd like to speak to it. I've had many residents who have requested a walkway around there when the proposed fitness and cycleway was brought to public knowledge. Our park, Borreley, lies in the middle of now becoming high residential area with, again, limited space to exercise. So I've had people from elderly people who have asked, for areas that they can walk around with their walker frames, people walking, bicyclists, and we've got the space around that park to put in a pathway just like Sir Joseph Banks and Roland Park that have those pathways. So I took on board the General Manager's comment there about the cost of it. So that was my change in the motion, was to investigate what possible financial revenue we can use, even if to put it in stages for a pathway to go around the park. So I'm hoping that this will go through because, as everyone's mentioned tonight, fitness, personal health, mental health, physical abilities all come down to utilising our green space. And if you look at the park, you can see the worn track all the way around, and I'm guilty of walking around there with my dogs as well, that it's being grooved into the ground, which is, stopping the grass coverage. So there is a need there, and the people of the area are seeking that request.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Muscat. Any other comments, councillors? If not, we've got a motion in front of us. All in favour say aye. Against, declare it carried. Thank you, councillors. Now we're on to 12.7, notice of motion noise camera update by Councillor Douglas, moved by Councillor Douglas. Seconded, do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Barlow. Councillor Douglas, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you. The leading question I get asked anywhere I go in Bayside is, when will the noise cameras happen? As a council, we need to keep up the drumbeat of pressure on the Environmental Protection Agency to deliver these long-promised safe street solutions. We have a new area commander, Paul Dufton, who has shown he is keen and already rolling up his sleeves, making positive changes to make safer streets in Bayside. Let's, as a council, work with the police and keep pressure on the EPA to deliver the noise cameras. Bayside now has a new area commander with a can-do attitude, a local MP as minister, a premier in our neighbouring electorate. It's time for us to fix the long-running issue of Hoons once and for all. We can do this. We just need the EPA to be as can-do. And we need the ministers Sharp and Graham to be aware that we are drumming our fingers on the desk, waiting, as are our residents. No excuses. We've had deaths and near deaths this last year from hooning. So let's keep working together, council, state, police and EPA for a safer Bayside.
Thank you, Councillor Douglas. Councillor Sarah.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Deputy Mayor, believe it or not, I actually got a letter back from Minister Penny Sharp, and I've asked for the letter to be put on council portal, which gives us a summary in relation to the noise camera updates. So,
Oh, that's great news.
yeah.
Well done.
No,
So-
just an update. We get this update.
So that takes care of number 2, I guess, which is great. Okay, any other speakers, councillors? Thank you. If not, I put it all in favour, say aye. Against, declare it carried. Thank you. Next, notice of motion 12.8, increased parking in Brighton Les Sands, moved by Councillor Cedric, second by Councillor McDougall. Councillor Cedric, brief.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be very brief. First of all, I know this comes up again and again, and I apologise to all councillors for constantly bringing this. I want to apologise. I know it's a broken record, certain issues that I'm... I want to thank the Brighton community in particular, the community, the residents, the businesses who have reached out constantly about this issue. I want to count the councillors that have helped with this, in particular Councillor McDougall, and the Mayor who actually drove this concept forward, and as well as the staff, including Director of City Planning, City Futures and the GM. Ladies and gentlemen, councillors, parking without a doubt, is a major issue still in Brighton. As you saw today about what's happening in Rockdale and Princess Highway with the post office, Brighton is very close to the same thing. Business after business is failing, is shutting down, whether you like it or not. We say it's the jewel of Bayside, but you know what? I say that all the time, yes, I do promote it. But it could slowly turn. And the major reason, if we want Brighton to survive, we must have parking. Only recently, we all approved or the motion that we're looking at doing time parking in the Boulevard Brighton car park, which is great. That means it's going to give us over 200 car spaces, that timed 3-hour limit, as well as the residents who could park overnight. However, we still have a major issue. What this motion is asking for, councillors, is quite simple. We're not reinventing the wheel. We've done a lot of the investigation already. Same with New South Wales Transport, as you can see there from the second part of the motion. It's basically saying, let's look at that area from the north to the south, the main town centre of Brighton Les Sands, and let's look at how we could increase parking. Now, I know some streets are more doable than others. I know some have more success than others. However, going into this term and the next term, I think we cannot let this go. I've given quite a good time frame recommended by the end of 2024 that we basically ask for a report back, again, once and for all, looking at the best options in regards to angle parking. Now, some streets, it's going to be quite successful and it's going to be a little bit easier. Some will not. But I would love to get a final report back from the directors and the staff, in particular from New South Wales Transport, which we've already got. So it's not a timely or an expensive process. We've got a lot of this. Overall, this investigation will then give us an understanding of what streets we need to target. Some streets are only going to give us an additional 5 spots. So that might not be useful. That might not be necessary to go through this whole kerfuffle. But if we get 15, 20 spots per street, then we've got something. Brighton Town Centre is suffering, and this is a major step forward to help residents, the community, and the businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cedric. Councillor McDougall, would you like? All right. Any other comments, Councillor Bala?
I'm just going to make a comment from maybe a couple of years ago. Sorry, again, I've been here a while. We did have angle parking. We've tried twice for angle parking. Both times the residents refused it. The late person spoke to Bill. He led the charge. I think it was Trafalgar Street where he lived at that time. Terralba, yeah. And then there was other ones, and I agree with that. We've got the design already done by Transport New South Wales, and residents, especially residents, don't want it. They, one lot. I remember one time we were going to have it front in, and no, we don't want the front in because the lights will shine into our house. Oh, I don't want to reverse in. So there's always those arguments. So it'll be good to see what, but at least we've got the Transport New South Wales plans. I know that, and we'll just see, because it's the residents have to be consulted, and I believe that they didn't like it that time as well. But I know we had very strong opposition the 2 times we've tried it over the years.
Thank you, Councillor Bala. Any other comments, councillors? Councillor Sarah.
Deputy Mayor, Councillor Bala is right. The residents did raise an objection, but some of the residents that I spoke to after it, and particularly in the last 2-3 years, I brought to their attention that when council did angle parking in Solander Street and Bank Street, some of the residents were actually up in arms about it. And you go down there now and you ask them, and they say to you, it's the best thing that ever happened. Hand on heart, I'm just telling you, hand on heart. And that's why I've been talking to the staff in relation to Transport New South Wales. Is the only good thing about that, and luckily the government, the Minns Labor government, scrapped the clearways. The only good thing that came out was they came up with angle parking in Terralba Road and O'Neill Street. And I'm not sure about the other streets further up north. But reality is we need to provide additional parking. And I think if what we have to do is go all out community consultation and explain to the residents exactly what we're proposing to do, and it actually might benefit them in terms of stopping car hoons, because if you're at angle parking, your car's parked at an angle, it might reduce the distance between the width of the road, and that may stop car hoons in O'Neill Street or in Terralba Road. It also may stop what happens in the mornings is it's if there's a traffic bank up on Grand Parade, then they use it as a shortcut. So when they had the 24-hour clearway, some of the residents I spoke to in Terralba Road were actually very supportive of Terralba Road being closed off at the intersection. They're actually supportive of it, and saying, look, yeah, we can cop the angle parking, not right through the whole street. We can cop it up to a certain point, but it will stop the cars coming for a street, and it'll make Terralba Road a truly residential street. Reality is, all this stuff is on file, so it shouldn't be an expensive process. Reality is that, unfortunately, parking is gone. And I've used this example many times. My favourite restaurant now is in Double Bay. Because in Double Bay, when I go with my friends at Double Bay, guess what? There's heaps of parking. We've made appointments to come to Brighton, and they just go round and around and around. And they say, Bill, we've given up. We'll pick you up on the corner of Grand Parade or the Boulevard or the Hercules Road or Duke Street. We'll pick you up and we'll go to Double Bay. So we go to Double Bay and bang, we'll be able to find parking. It's sad to see the state of what's happening in Brighton at the moment in terms of parking. This might be the catalyst to go look at if the community is saying, yep, we don't have a problem with it. And the cost shouldn't be that much, because I volunteered many years ago when we looked at angle parking, to get paint from Dulux Paints, and I was going to park it and paint it because there was a cost involved.
I remember.
Which I can't remember. I could not believe it. There's a cost, but even some of the residents that live down, it's not in my ward, that live down in further down in O'Neill Street between Crawford Road and where the M6 is going to be, are racing, like they're saying, they're mellowing a bit because they too can't find parking, particularly if there's receptions or in summer. And if you live down the other end of O'Neill Street, you can't find parking. That's reality. So they're saying, well, if you can do anything, it's better than nothing. And particularly with the Brighton Memorial Playing Field, which is a great facility this council has. And when I go to the games, and I go to every one of them, I have to park about 4 blocks away because there's not enough parking in the Brighton Memorial Playing Field, unless you park illegally and get booked, which my son did about 2 months ago, and he copped it. I told him bad luck. But reality is that when there is no parking, the school won't open the car park or the facilities there. That could be an income for them. But yeah, I'll support this. At the end of the day, if there's a net in benefit of parking, that will help the residents and will certainly help the business community. The only thing I just wanted to raise for you, Mr. Chair, Deputy Mayor, when the RMS had this idea of the clearways, they were going to put in a proposal, which at that time, some of the shopkeepers were supportive of it, reducing the time along Bay Street. Basically was to drive in, drive out. I'm not sure if we can have a look at that. Some of the shopkeepers were flexible. Instead of being an hour, or I can't remember what the time was, they were going to reduce the hours, and it made sense. There was the only thing that the public servants from the transport came up with was drive in, drive out, so you wouldn't, turnover of cars. I can't remember, it was 15 minutes or half an hour, I can't remember, but when I did speak to the business community there, when I said, were you consulted? And they said, no, we went to the plaza. Remember, they came to us and said, we consulted the business committee. We went to the plaza and we found this concept they had, this idea that to cut back the hours on Bay Street between Crawford, between Maid Avenue and Grand Parade, so there'd be a turnover of cars. To me, that made sense. And started talking to some of the shopkeepers there. They didn't mind it because where their business succeed is turnover of parking spots.
That's right.
So if we could have a look at that, as I said, if you...
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Aronofsky. Any other speakers? Councillors, any other speaker? If not, we've got a motion. All in favour, say aye. Against, declare it carried. Next motion is 12.9, introduction of new events, moved by Councillor Jansen, seconded by Councillor Morrissey. Councillor Jansen, would you like to speak to that?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I'll take the item as read, but just wanted to briefly say that both of these event ideas have come from the community, and I'm wondering if, like myself, you as councillors receive a significant number of queries from the community about pets, strays, desexing, microchipping, off-leash parks, irresponsible pet ownership. And most recently, I was advocating for a resident in quite a tragic dog mauling incident in our community, which resulted in the death of one dog and the other being euthanised. So I feel that pet ownership in Bayside is high, and the establishment of a annual People and Pets Day is an opportunity to provide a platform to promote responsible pet ownership, showcase local businesses potentially and rescue groups, and engage our community through educational activities and fun-filled events. Secondly, the proposal for the annual family-friendly night noodle market in Carl Park, Wallow Creek, to coincide with the programmed festivities on the arts program is another suggestion that's come directly from this community. And this is based on the fact that the council's Christmas carols and movie night event there was so popular and well staged in that community. It was the first event of that scale that they had seen in that community. And this is a community that's notoriously difficult to get out of their apartments sometimes and engage with each other. And that particular event generated an appetite by this community for more events that this high density living population and beyond can come together and celebrating. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jensen. Councillor Saranovsky.
Oh, it does. I commend Councillor Jensen and Morrissey for putting this up. Can I just make a suggestion? Down at Willow Creek, there's a lot of noodle restaurants there that when
Yeah.
this takes off, as a matter of courtesy, that we approach them first to make them aware this is what we're supposed to do, and give them the opportunity to take up a stall, whatever. Because last thing we want is they're there 365 days a year. For one day, their business gets affected because we've allowed outsiders in. So as long as we can keep that on board, that
Do you want to maybe add a point to the motion to notify the local businesses in Walleye Creek? Is that?
Yeah.
Do you want to add number
Yeah,
3?
happy to add that local businesses are given the have been invited to participate as
Yeah.
a priority.
Sorry, did you want to repeat that very slowly, please?
So it was that local businesses are invited to participate in both events as a priority.
Yep, excellent. That's a good point, Mayor Saranovsky. Councillor Douglas.
I just wanted to ask a question in terms of process, because we only just recently approved the budget and the events program. And so this is 2 additions to that we're being asked to approve without any budget. And how does that then impact on the events program and the budget that we've already approved? Does that mean we have to remove other events? I feel like we've been through a long process with these things, and now this has come just 5 minutes
Out of the
later.
blue. Okay, thank you, Councillor. I'll get the GM to maybe comment on that.
Through the chair, as the comment at the end of this notice of motion states, council staff can't actually progress this until we have a formal budget adopted. And so there will have to be a report that comes back to council for consideration that will include costings, potential timing for events, organisationally, how we'll be able to deliver those. So, as I've said, the notices of motion actually none of your notices of motion can go forward if they have budgetary implications until you adopt a budget for them. And my comment here is that we would come back to you so that you would have the information and be ready to consider it at a first quarterly budget review, and look fully at the implications of it at that time.
Great.
Just one follow-up question. Does those implications include whether that has impacts on the rest of the events program needing to change as well?
So the report will look at all of the resourcing implications for any of the motions that are, if they're not in our operational plan, if they're additional to the operational plan, then council is obliged to thoroughly look at the resourcing implications, including the financial implications.
Thank you, GM. Any other comments, councillors? Councillor Hannah?
Yeah, just a comment about the pet side of it. I think this is a really good idea. I think when we did one of these previously, something along these lines, we also had the ability for people to register their dogs that maybe weren't registered. We had that on-site facility. And I think this will tie in nicely, because I'm told that we're actually going to be doing an educational piece in the Bayside News about responsible dog ownership, in particular keeping dogs on leashes in non-off-leash areas, because I am observing a lot of that. And we did hear from a speaker a couple of council meetings ago, and, advocating for another off-leash area. But it was evident the dog was off the leash when the dog got run over. So I think this is an opportunity to reinforce the compliance side of things.
True.
And maybe have a portable registration desk there and get all that happening at the same time. So otherwise, great initiative.
idea.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. Any other comments, councillors? Councillor Barlow?
With the pet one, maybe it could be incorporated into something that we already have, you know, like I don't know, we have the food one, but we've got the spring fair or something, and maybe it could be incorporated into that, because the only animal shelter, I don't know if there's any in Randwick, the only animal shelter we have now has moved to Strathfield, was in Carlton. So I'm assuming must be other shelters. I know there's the RSPCA, but maybe the pet one could be included in something we already do now. So, but you know, I feel sorry for the dog that was run over. But I do observe dogs off leash, especially when I'm playing Patong at Bexley Oval. Quite renowned for it.
Thank you, Councillor Barlow. Any others, Councillor Jansen?
Just as a right of reply, just to clarify, the dog that I'm talking about is not the one that got run over. This is a recent incident where a dog was mauled in front of a school and killed within about 30 seconds. So this, I appreciate your comments, Councillor Hannah, because this motion now comes from a place of compliance, because there has been so much kind of disappointment about irresponsible pet ownership. I think it's a big enough issue to be a standalone event and not tagged onto something that has traditionally been about people and celebrating cultural diversity. So this is a separate issue. It's probably also a good opportunity for the community to interact with the compliance team on these matters too. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Jansen. So, councillors, we've got a motion in front of us. All in favour, say aye. Against, declare it carried. Next, two more motions, and bear with us. 12.11, acoustic Bayside. Councillor Douglas, moved by Councillor Douglas. Seconded, do I have a seconder? Councillor McDougall. Councillor Douglas, would you like to speak to that?
Thank you. So when you think about the things you missed in lockdown most, what do you think about? For me, it was family, haircuts, and live music. Live music brings life, brings joy, and brings economy. It makes our community connect, and it brings our city together. This is why the state government has made changes to the nighttime economy recently. So what this motion is asking is for us to step softly into this by looking at ways to bring in encouragement for non-intrusive acoustic music during the day at local venues.
Thank you, Councillor Douglas. Any other comments, councillors? Councillor Jansen?
Just have a question. If council has got it as part of the arts strategy to develop a nighttime economy strategy, I think that's down to develop later on this year. I think from memory it says November 2024. Why would we then go to the effort of producing interim ways to support this? Wouldn't that all be part of the final strategy? And, you know, I'm assuming that has council received this circular through you, Deputy Mayor? Council's already received this circular and has this information? Yeah. So it has been received. So why is it appearing as a notice of motion when staff would, I would assume that staff are skilled enough to use this as a part of the development of the nighttime economy strategy? So that's just my feedback. I don't think it's necessary to do an interim measure whilst we're developing a strategy that's due in November.
Okay. Councillor Morrissey?
Yeah, so I struggle to read it. Like, the council considers as part of the considerations of the development of the nighttime economy strategy development. What's the nighttime economy strategy development that we're considering? Because it's in as part of the art. I don't know.
We've already got it.
No.
But can we just get, I don't actually quite know what, so private venues offering music, pubs, clubs, etc., they will come to council, it'll be in part of their DA and their conditions, they can or cannot have live music. So I can't understand what, maybe through you, Mrs. Debbie, what is this asking? An interim way to support live music at venues in Bayside that are owned by private or non-controlled council entities. I can't support something I don't understand. So considering, as part of the considerations of the development of the nighttime economy strategies development, which is apparently an art strategy, so if through the chair, if we can have the directors or the relevant, someone just explain what we're trying to approve here, because to be frank, I don't understand what we're trying to ask.
Sure. Maybe I'll get the GM
Sorry,
to.
could I perhaps suggest that, given that there is a time frame for developing, as part of the art strategy, looking at nighttime economy in Bayside, and it is very close to the beginning of the next term of council that's due, that we incorporate looking at the potential for acoustic music in venues as part of that nighttime economy. Like, they are related. It's an element that we would be looking at in any event, and it seems to me it's part of that whole cultural Bayside that we've spoken about, that we want to encourage, that we want to see grow. There is, from my point of view, interim would be very short if we're really looking at bringing something back to you before the end of 24, in a draft form, admittedly, but the night economy, things that council could encourage, support, maybe change our planning framework to allow that to happen, that's happening shortly. So this would be something we would consider as part of that.
Okay.
Sorry.
So if I paraphrase my understanding, we're developing a nighttime strategy as a part of the arts program.
Yep.
But this is asking a way to bring that forward and do something now before we're actually finished the strategy. Will council officers be able to interpret and deliver that in this term of council, given that we're just about to go into caretaker mode, and that we're actually council staff have, through GM has confirmed we're actually developing this strategy. It's underway, it's on in, and this is going to be considered. So we can't deliver it. I can't support it.
Can we
I'm really
suggest,
confused.
The GM.
Sorry, could I suggest this is just a flag saying, when staff, you are looking at drafting the night economy, ensure that part of that looks at the new vibrancy reforms that the state government has put in place. That's how I would read it. It's something that we would do, that we've been made aware of. And yes, it is certainly the bigger piece is the nighttime economy strategy. That's definitely the bigger piece that we are working on, and we'll take on board anything that the state government has put in place that can support that sort of night activity.
Okay.
So again, so it's already been done. This is on the whiteboard, so to speak.
Yes, it's on the whiteboard.
It's on the whiteboard. So what's the point of the motion? Sorry, I can't support it. Thank you.
Can I also ask another question?
Sure.
I'm very supportive of nighttime economy. Does this require a DA? So does someone in their backyard, can they play a loud music, or is this a bar? Sorry, quiet, sorry. Wait, so can a bar, so what happens with the pub or the bar or the guys outside the shop? Are they making noise? How does this work? I don't understand. Does it require a DA? Is there development consent? Is this a private certifier situation?
Did you, we'll get, okay.
This is a, look, we're not going to get into that level of detail tonight. That's a separate related question. But if you want us to explore it, as we've said, we would put this into the nighttime economy as part of the options that we would bring back to you. But to start asking specific questions like that about this now, it's really, do you want us to explore it or not?
Okay, so with this motion, that will already be, sorry, Councillor McDougall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'll just briefly contribute, and I respect Councillor Morrissey's position. I do think the vibrancy reforms of the state government are a fantastic initiative. I think I'm happy to support this motion. I'm sure I don't think it'll make any difference, but I do think it's worth noting and pointing out to staff that we should be supporting the vibrancy reforms. I don't think this goes far enough. I'm a bit concerned about this non-invasive acoustic music. 1977, AC/DC played the Marana Auditorium at Hurstville. A ticket cost $3, and they opened with Dirty D's Done Dirt Cheap. And I don't think they were playing on an acoustic guitar. I think we need to bring live music back to Sydney. I would support removing that actually, and just saying that we should support the vibrancy reforms and bring them, ensure that council are looking to implement them. But I obviously respect Councillor Morrissey's position as well. We should be moving motions with purpose.
Sorry, I'm okay with the nighttime economy. Just so it makes sense. I'm happy to reword it if you want to reword it to supporting the nighttime economy as part of the vibrancy reform or something like that, Councillor Douglas. If you want to just tidy up a bit, I think it just makes more sense to everybody that way.
Thank you. I apologise that there are some typos in here, and yes, I would like it to make sense to people. And I have had inquiries from the community around wanting to get some non-invasive live music started before the full nighttime economy strategy kicks in. In this term of council, we've had a bike strategy that's taken, I think, 2 years to come to this meeting and get across the line. That's a long time for businesses to wait to kickstart an aspect that we know helps them with their finances and brings our community together. So this is like a first step. Let's get started. Let's get something for our community before, if it takes us 2 years to develop a nighttime economy strategy or get it across the line, we're at least getting started. That was the intent of the motion. I'm quite happy to remove the non-invasive acoustic section in there and just make it more general, which would enable live music at venues in Bayside.
Okay, sorry, Councillor, can I remind you, we've still got 10 minutes and then we have to move.
Can I just ask the question? We're obviously hitting August, September, November. There's 3 months, which is fine. So would this start now, or does this start in November when the report's out?
So that will be after the election anyway. So are you happy with so look, we've got a motion. I'll just have to say we're going to put the motion. We'll put the motion, and then if. Yeah, would you want to take that first line and change it, Councillor McDougall? If you want to read it out, yeah.
And just to add to that, council already has made a commitment to supporting live music through that adopted arts strategy. So, like, I'm happy with Councillor McDougall's suggestion because it does make more sense that council supports the nighttime economy through the vibrancy reforms.
Are you happy with that, Councillor Douglas? Okay. So we've got that corrected. Council supports and enables the live music venue Bayside in reference and they've changed it. Okay, great. Thank you. We've got that amended motion. All in favour say aye. Against, declare it carried. We've got one more motion. If we can get through that. Is it two? Oh, yes, sorry, two. Yeah, that's right. Okay, we're on to 12.12 or 12.12. First Nations recognition. Councillor Douglas. Second by Councillor Jansen. Councillor Douglas.
This motion comes straight from the heart from living close to the shoreline of Kamay, Botany Bay, and frequenting the magnificent Cook Park, and feeling a big hole about our recognition of the importance of this place to our Australian history, and to recognise the place of our First Nations community then and now. We are the gateway to Sydney, a place of mixed cultures gathering to relish in the sand and sea, a place that can guide and frame and educate many, many Australians and visitors about what an elder has called coming the right way. And so I've consulted in this motion and been told that we as allies need to push from all sides. So I ask Council today to support this motion to show our visible respect to our Aboriginal community then and now and into the future on the shore of Kamay, Botany Bay.
Thank you, Councillor Douglas. Councillor Jansen.
Thank you, Councillor Douglas. I do respect where this is coming from, but I'd like to firstly say a few things and then add to this motion. Council proudly has adopted the Reflect Action Plan, and as part of that has a reconciliation action group that I know we talk about a lot at events, but personally I'm not up to date on a lot of work that action group do, but I'm aware they do look at some initiatives such as this, looking at how First Nations history can be recognised and celebrated. So I think it is more relevant that something like this comes out of the Reconciliation Action Group. I'm still happy for that first one to be there, but I would suggest that we add that the minutes of the Reconciliation Action Group are presented to the relevant committee, just so that what they're doing in their work is transparent to all councillors. I'd like to get a better understanding and a better picture of what happens at that committee and what actions they are working on. So I think that in future, this sort of work needs to be dedicated to that group, but I want to know and better understand what that group does. So I think the best way to do that is for their minutes to come to committee.
So just before, it's Councillor McDougall, then Councillor Curry. Are you happy with, Councillor Jansen, is that reflective of what you've just said? The minutes. Is that happy with that? Yeah. Sorry, Councillor McDougall.
Look, I was just going to say I fully agree with the intent of the motion, but I did say this to Councillor Douglas before. I think the Reconciliation Action Plan model is actually really important to follow. I think this should be considered as part. We're due for another Reconciliation Action Plan. It's an iterative process, and I think this should be considered as part of the next Reconciliation Action Plan, so that we do go through that engagement with our local Aboriginal community, with First Nation staff members, etc., etc. So that's what I'd suggest, amending the first line with Councillor Douglas and Councillor Jansen's concurrence, that we prioritise the recognition of our First Nations history, blah, 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 considered as part of the next Reconciliation Action Plan.
If I could just
Thank you,
add to
Councillor
the
McDougall.
points Councillor McDougall has made, our action plan number 6 actually says visually promote Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander cultures in our local area. It specifically says in 6.4, explore ways to visually commemorate our First Nations history and culture in the Bayside local government area. So it is up to our reference group to determine where that is, what that looks like. It is not up to us to determine. We have amazing people in that reference group. We have staff members, we have elders, we have community people. Let them do what they know best, and they've got that. It is in there. So once we sort of, maybe we could ask what they're planning, what their thoughts are. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Perry. Any other comments, councillors? Right of reply, Councillor Douglas.
Thank you. I hear everyone's feedback, and I have actually consulted with members of the Reconciliation Action Group as part of the consideration of this motion over a series of years, actually. So I feel like, they were actually saying that the allies need to come from all sides, and that's why, it felt appropriate to raise this. But I appreciate everybody's contributions to it, and I do think the additions are really worthwhile. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Douglas. Councillors, we've got a motion in front of us. All in favour, say aye. Sorry, Councillor Curry.
I'm not comfortable with, why are we calling out a site? It clearly says in the action plan across Bayside, so it's up to them to determine. They might have 5 sites. They might have 3. That, we've got to look at it holistically. So it would be that,
Well,
that
you could just add other sites, I
take
guess.
out the location. Yeah. That Bayside Council prioritises the recognition of our First Nation history and living culture, and this be, just back to that earlier point. I mean, it is in that Reconciliation Action Plan, so maybe it is, and that the Reconciliation Action Group's recommendations are put forward. So what we're saying is we want to support, recognition of that history and living, but you tell us where and what.
Yep. Okay. Moved by Councillor McDougall, seconded by Mayor Saravnosky, to extend the meeting till midnight. for another 10 minutes, I guess. Okay. All right. Councillor Douglas, are you happy with the changes?
Not really, because there's a specific reason, and it's mentioned in the background, why Lady Robinson's speech is because there is currently a monument to Captain Cook, a monument to the First Fleet, and a monument to Spiros Lewis, winner of the first Olympic marathon in 1896. Now, this site is really significant, and I think the context of it as a gateway to our coastline, as where visitors come, there was an intent behind Lady Robinson Beach being specified in the motion.
Yes, okay.
Isn't that up to the Reconciliation Act? If you're talking to them, because we're talking to them, so then encourage them to put that forward through the action group. Isn't that how it works? Through you, Deputy Mayor?
Sorry.
Can we ask the director what's the best process for them to
Sure.
put forward the idea?
Ms. Dawson.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the Reconciliation Action Group has already highlighted Lady Robinson's Beach as an area that they would like to pursue through the Innovate RAP, which is currently being designed by the group.
So if that's been highlighted, it shouldn't be a concern, Councillor Douglas. Okay, so if we could move and back to the
Can,
original.
can I just add then, if that's been minuted from the reference group, that those minutes then come back with that recommendation so that then council knows, well, you know, they have 3 sites, what are the sites?
Yeah. Well, we've got that in that last paragraph where the minutes of the action group be presented. So that covers it. So is everyone happy with what we've got in front of us, councillors? If that's,
I mean, that it's good
Yeah,
that
sorry.
we're going to finally see the minutes of, I don't think I've ever, do they come to council or? No.
well, now they will, now that we've got that motion. Okay, councillors, all in favour of the motion in front of us, say aye. Against, declare it carried. We've got the last notice of motion, 12.13. Buses update, Councillor Douglas, moved by Councillor Douglas, seconded by, that's the buses update. Yeah, Councillor Barlow, seconded by Councillor Barlow. Councillor Douglas, would you like to speak to that?
I just wanted to say that our buses are very important for our workers, our students, our shoppers and our elderly, but we are limited by service cuts to our buses. Bayside Council made a submission to the state government that outlines the key concerns of the community on the current state of the bus network and its performance, specifically the real-life impacts resulting from poor service alongside modifications to well-established routes that were made in 2021. This disadvantages our community. It's time for us as a council to call on the results of the state government's bus industry task force, which are now overdue.
Thank you, Councillor Douglas. Councillor Barlow, would you like to make a comment on that? Thank you. Any other comments, councillors? If not, I'll put it all in favour, say aye. Against, declare carried. We on to questions without notice. Councillor Hannah, did you want to raise that issue with the CDC or the complying development? With notice,
Yeah, look, I'm happy for that to go as a
questions?
question with notice. I'm happy for the general manager to
Yeah,
word
so-
that. She knows what I was
Yeah,
talking
so
about.
we-
Thanks.
we-
Yeah,
okay,
thank you.
thank
Thank
you.
you.
Okay,
Councillor, sorry, Deputy Mayor, I forgot to submit a question on notice. Is it possible to do it at the next meeting, or is this the last chance? Could I say it verbally?
You can hand
You-
it up to the.
Okay.
Okay, so if you're going to hand that in, that'll go through. Any other questions with notice, councillors? If not, declare meeting closed at 11:04. Thank you so much for your patience and thank you for attending. And thank you, Mayor Sarabnowski, for having me in the chair.